maximum 2 minutes just to say something about the importance of the information that this city contains from its past, and in particular how I relate that to sustainability, which is my particular area of interest. Until recently, heritage and sustainability were basically considered very separate fields. The former was about preserving artifacts from the past, while the latter was concerned with how we survive into the future. So, for example, often in the Colosseum, I talk about the historic battle in the 19th century between the botanists who wanted to keep that ruin as a garden and the archaeologists who wanted to strip all organic material from it. The archaeologists won, of course. But now I think we're smart enough to recognize that these two goals actually overlap. The riches of heritage, which places like Rome, or really any place with a past, which is everywhere, counteract our obsession with constant consumption. So the gratification that we get from culture, unlike something we purchase, new materialistic production, it carries no environmental costs and produces no greenhouse emissions. So as an architect, I'm involved in archaeology, and although some might see it's a deviation from my work in sustainable urbanism, I actually think they are both tied to the same mission, which is all of our missions, how we can live more sustainably in our cities. So I wanted to say that to kind of set the context for a series of interventions. First of all, Jan Gedijn, archaeologist, professor at Temple University, who will be co-chairing this with me. And when I go off to the forum, Jan will be taking over the logistics. And then I'm going to introduce now 4 different members of important local institutions. You see the names there, Alessio Di Cristoforo. I'll be introducing them one at a time, but just to say their names: Orazio Carpenzano from Sapienza University, Luca Montori from the City of Rome Administration, and last but certainly not least, Alfonsina Russo of the Park of the Colosseum. But let me begin by introducing my good friend Alessio Di Cristoforo, who is an archaeologist and the president of the International Society for Art, Archaeology, and Architecture of Rome, an organization which sponsors the international summer schools, the excavations in the forum, and a number of other things. Alessio studied at Sapienza, at Tor Vergata and Sapienza, both. Received a PhD in classical antiquities and their fortune. And his specialty is preventive archaeology, in which he's worked for over 15 years, directing excavations in all parts of Rome, rural and urban. He's participated in digs such as the Post-Edem Castoris program in the Forum, the Ostia Synagogue, the Villa delle Vignacci project. He has a publishing house, Uno, specializing in archaeology and art history. And he's also been very much involved in educational activities with associations and the likes. Obviously has numerous publications and great expertise on Roman archaeology. So the floor is yours, Alessio. I think you might be mute. Okay, well, yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Here I am. For introduce our I'm very glad to be here. The International Society for Archaeology, Art, and Architecture of Rome, which I have the honor of being president from some years, is an association created with the aim of promoting study projects and enhancement of the immense cultural heritage of Rome. Since its foundation is a project that has been conceived and built by combining archaeology and architecture, in the awareness that the two disciplines represent the two faces of a single instrument. The tool is the project, that is, the ability that professionals who work on the cultural heritage from Italy, but of every country in the world, must have to create knowledge, awareness, values, development, and growth, both human and economic. We at ISAR believe that archaeology is a science and a method that, reconstructing our past, gives depth and meaning to our common cultural memory. While architecture is the discipline that gives shape and value to our cultural memory, transforming it into a place, a current, living place that pulsates in the body of the contemporary city. Excavation and archaeological analysis allow us today to reconstruct in detail the history of ancient monuments and landscapes, but also the social, economic, and spiritual life of the ancient world. Architecture and urban planning always insert and make monuments and cultural memories current, imagining new forms of life for them, which interact with the present and with its inhabitants. Today, my partners and friends, Dora Cirone and Tom Rankin, will talk to you about one of our projects realized starting from this methodological awareness, an archaeological excavation project, that of the Ore Agrippiana, in which the study of ancient architecture allowed us to reconstruct important historical moments of the Eternal City as the center of power. But Tom Rankin, in recent days, has already illustrated the Borgo Abruzzo project, in which archaeology gives meaning and depth to a project for the recovery and redevelopment of small urban centers, now almost uninhabited. So I wish you all a good afternoon of work, hoping to soon have you as our guest from. It will be an opportunity to get to know each other and show you in practice the results of our work and the ambitious goals we try to achieve with teamwork. Many thanks to everybody. Have a good work.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cristoforo, Alessio. And we're going to move right on to introduce now Orazio Carpenzano, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture at Sapienza University, where he's also a professor. He is the coordinator of the doctoral program in Architecture Theories and Design. He coordinates the DIAP publications. He has directed the laboratory ARCO, Architecture in Context. He's also a member of the selection committee of the research seminar CIAUD. And I won't go into all of the long list of accomplishments. Previously, he directed the Quasar Institute. He has exhibited his design work in places from the Venice Biennale to Barcelona and Delft. And his writings appear in many places. So, Orazio Carpenzano, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you. Si sente?
Yes, yes, perfectly.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Dear all, good afternoon, and thank you for invitation. In these very brief greetings, I want to bring a message of good work from Sapienza, Faculty of Architecture of Rome. We have been working on these themes for many years, and today
we lost your audio, Orazio.
Okay. In this very brief greeting, I want to bring a message for a good work. We have been working on these themes for many years, and today I'm pleased to anticipate the imminent publication of 2 volumes on the central archaeological area, one on theoretical themes, and the other on urban and architectural design hypothesis of a large museum system that revolves around the Flavian amphitheater. It is a work that concludes a cycle of long-term research. The question, themes, and figures that architecture and archaeology are involved in cannot live out of the city as text and human fact par excellence in a long-lasting history. These relationships help us to measure the evolution of the sciences of antiquity as an indispensable knowledge and interactive tool towards to the design, and have a relevant influence on the reflection made by the design experimentation on the places of invention. The themes of this combination unfold a framework that contains in nuce the future developments of the debate of the ancient, starting from the re-evaluation of the Ming of a monument seen as a contemporary icon, as a public space, as an object of care, and as a machine of memory and vision. However, we are that in order to deal with these complex issues, we cannot avoid the problem of the relationship between history and architecture, starting from some firm points indicated some time ago by Mario Manieri Elia, that main one of which remains that between past and future, there cannot be a relationship of direct implication, as they are inevitably separated by the catastrophe of the present, a barrier that interrupts the flow of the past, separating what has happened from what must happen. But it is clear, in our case, that the memory of what is returned and that lies beneath the contemporary city enters into the game of invention. Whatever hypothesis can be foreshadowed in an area so elusive, so secret, due to the fact that it has often remained buried and eroded for a long time. Urban reality and archaeology mark, in this context, there are ineliminable differences that the theoretical and the compositional project is responsibly for showing through the interpretative readings and hypotheses of reconfiguration of the landscape in which they coexist. Architecture relates to both art and life, learning to work in the gap between these two dimensions, within which it has a great task to perform, that is to weld its roots between history and creativity, working to weave and superimpose a double image, the real one, current, and the original one, dreamed, studied, described, just as the great Piranesi did, who measured the distance between what remains of antiquities and the fantastic reconstruction of their entirety irreparably lost. I apologize, but unfortunately, in the frenzy of the moment, I have to leave you for the presentation of a book. Thanks again, and good luck to all.
Thanks very much to you, Orazio. And yes, you warned me in advance that you wouldn't be able to stay. But thanks so much for your wonderful words, and thank you especially for quoting dear Professor Manieri Elia and that notion of, we're talking about the past, the future of the past, but there's this catastrophe of the present which unites them or divides them. Yes. We're going to move on, so thank you very much, Orazio. We're going to move on now to the next of the four illustrious guests who are visiting us, and it is the architect Luca Montuori, who is here to represent the city of Rome, Roma Capitale, where he's the Commissioner of Urban Transformation. He's also an associate professor in the architecture department at Roma Tre University. He's a member of the PhD program there, Contemporary City Landscapes, and part of the scientific committee of the Master Open program in landscape and public space design. He's also a practicing architect, together with Riccardo Petrarchi, the studio 2TR Architecture, which has received numerous prizes, and Luca Montuori has been involved in numerous research projects. I'll just mention one prize in particular, which relates very much to our theme here, the project with Luigi Franciosini and others for the Fori Imperiali. Before joining the government of Roma Capitale, Luca was a member of the scientific committee at the Casa dell'Architettura in Rome, where he organized many, many wonderful events. So thank you, Luca. You are here in the room, I believe. I saw you. The floor is yours.
I hope, okay. Hello, hello everybody, and thank you for this invitation. I bring the greetings from the city of Rome to this fantastic discussion, seminar, and to today's works. And I would like to thank the organizers, especially some friends that are here that I know because I also practiced with them. I imagine Young Aden, for example, for inviting me to open the works of this important conference, which comes as in a very important time in our history after the pandemic moment and in a moment of crisis of the contemporary city. I would like just to focus these few words that I would share with you about the dimension of the city, and not only about the presence, of course, that for Rome is very important, of archaeology inside the city, but I think that the century of the cities and the century of the great development is now showing the vulnerability of the growth that was based in every evidence on an outdated assumption. And today, I think we have to look to a new balanced development of a territory that makes for us and bring for us words like sustainability, resilience, and to bring them in the focus of debate, in the focus of the research, in the focus of political action, not just advertising formulas, but really to bring together culture, history, and contemporary city in a new view that is the capacity of this side of the Mediterranean area to bring a new idea of what resilience means for contemporary city. Rome has, of course, an extraordinary territory that is rich in history. Of course, me, myself, as an architect, I worked on a few projects about archaeological area, minor archaeological areas in the surroundings of Rome. And so I think that minor centers are very important for a new look, a new regard about the development of the city. I hope it's important to build a networks of links to bring the regional dimension of the city to a new life, projecting the future of our city, projecting our city in a future where history would be the basis for a new vision of development, and not just a burden or a problem. Contemporary city has a regional dimension, works like an archipelago. Today we discuss more and more about the need of space, of public space, the need of health inside the city. This idea of networks brings a new idea of relationship with culture, because today the dimension of the city, where it's not possible to distinguish urban from non-urban, is really brings the city in a field that is very ambiguous. So starting from this ambiguity of what is urban, what is not urban, what is history, what is modern, what is contemporary, and what is today and what is tomorrow, I think that we have to look at the development from the point of view of the permanence of some constitutive characters of the traditional morphology of the city, or a new relation with landscape. And this, the lecture of Rome, could be very, very important for the world. So I think that this new urban dimension is important to share a new lexicon of the growth, sustainable growth. And I think that, let's say, today's meetings, like the meeting of today, are very important to bring us in a new vision of what development means. Not only in a specific point of view, but putting together the scale, the different scales that this means. Like, of course, old Roman architects were very able to do that. So it's very important for us to be here. I'm very proud and happy to open the works of this day meeting, and thank you for the invitation again, and have a good work for the afternoon.
Thank you very much, Luca Monfori, for the good words about architecture and archaeology and sustainability and how they all work together. And we have one other presentation of a very important institutional nature, and this will be Dottoressa Alfonsina Russo, who is the director of the Park of the Colosseum, which is actually the entire large archaeological park in the center of Rome, which includes the Forum and Palatine. She has been an executive archaeologist since 2009. She graduated with honors from the University of Rome. She pursued a specialization in classical archaeology and a PhD from the consortium of Perugia, Milan, and Ferrara universities. Her specialization is in problems of relations between cultural exchanges between peoples of the ancient Mediterranean. She's published 2 monographs and over 100 articles in Italian and in international journals. And in recent years, her work is focused particularly on preventive archaeology, on territorial valorization, museum design, and the organization of exhibitions in Italy and abroad. So she's very active in safeguarding archaeological heritage, which is important given the responsibility she has, taking actions against illegal construction, unauthorized excavations, and the like. She's worked in partnership with various universities in Italy and abroad, and with the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And her most recent exhibition was devoted to the important archaeological discoveries made in Vulci, which was presented in Brussels to mark the semester of the Italian presidency of the European Union. So thank you very much for joining us, Alfonsina Russo. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello to all my friends, Orazio Carpenzano, De Cristofaro, Alessio De Cristofaro, Alessandra Capuano, a tutti quanti. I thank the AACCP and the professors Jan Gadein and Tom Rankin for the invitation to this interesting seminar. As you know, archaeology and architecture in Rome form an inseparable binomial from the French projects of the beginning of the 19th century to the Rome Master Plan approved in 2008. The growth and development of the modern city have always been accompanied by excavation, research, and enhancement of the archaeological heritage of the eternal city. The monuments and the archaeological landscapes in Rome represent the backbone of the city, and at the same time, its most significant elements on an ideological, symbolic, and aesthetic level. The history of the birth and development of the Colosseum Archaeological Park, which today I have the honor of directing, best represents the symbiotic relationship between the contemporary form of the city and its deep and layered past. The park is born in 2017 with the idea of enhancing the most important places of the Imperial Rome: Colosseum, Roman Forum, Palatine Hill, and Domus Aurea. The park has always had a two-sided soul. The monumental state of its buildings, like the Colosseum and the Imperial Palaces, together with the ruins. On the other hand, the green soul and its vocation to be a park, a garden of the urban landscape that lives in close symbiosis with its ruins. The double soul has made the Colosseum Park a unique place in the world, conditioning and giving a strong cultural imprint to the entire historic center of the city. A park of cultural memories, layered and connected with the living and pulsating body of the city. This symbiosis has conditioned and still conditions the image of the city. Thank you so much for the image. The perspective view of the Colosseum from Via dei Fori Imperiali or from Via di San Gregorio, or that of the imperial palaces from the valley of the Circus Maximus, are not only panoramic observation points where the ancient city is opposed to the new, but arteries that allow citizens and tourists to experience the city, coming into direct contact with its historical memory. At the same time, the idea of an archaeological park structured as a microcosm of nature and artifice offers its visitors the opportunity to immerse themselves in a dimension of urban living that is exactly the opposite of the contemporary way of life of megalopolis. At the chaos, traffic, urban noises contrast with the order, calm, the recovery of slower and more humanly intense ways of life. Reflecting on the relationship between archaeology and architecture in Rome means reflecting on the very origin and nature of the eternal city. For centuries, Rome has been the communis patria of artists, architects, scholars, travelers, amateurs from every country in the world, a place and material for encounter, dialogue, exchange, and cultural growth of unique importance. I'm really pleased to see that even today, there are many of us here to testify how much these interests and these themes are still alive and fully vital in contemporary architectural culture. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dottoressa Russo, for representing the important institution of the Park of the Colosseum. I've changed my background, as you see, while you were speaking, to
Thank you so much.
the center of the forum, the Capitoline Hill behind me, virtually there, and of course, I'll be virtually looking at the Colosseum in this image. Let me just, before we go on now, we are exactly on time, and just a preview of what else we have in store for this Rome session. We will have keynote address by our friend and colleague Alessandra Capuano, who I'll introduce shortly, followed by the virtual presence of Professor Alan Seen, who has given us a video about the historic center of Rome, specific area. Then we'll have a number of presentations which will range from the Roman Forum, where I'll be joined by Dora Ceroni and others who participated in the workshop last summer to do architectural design in the Roman Forum. And we'll have Jan Gudane talking about the walls, and a roundtable discussion at the end of the session where people can exchange their views about these important issues that we're discussing related to the contemporary city and the historic heritage. Let me now go back to my presentations here to move on to present Alessandra Capuano, who will be talking about the past to present in city care, integrating heritage in the broader context of the metropolitan area. Alessandra Capuano is an architect and a full professor at Sapienza University. She directs the Department of Architecture and Design there. She trained at Sapienza and at Columbia University in New York, where she got a master's in historic preservation. And she teaches architectural and urban design and theory, and directs a research lab called Babele, City Architecture and Nature, which deals with urban landscapes. She's been a visiting professor at a number of North American universities, which is where I know her from, and she's been a principal investigator in many research projects. Right now, she coordinates an international program, Erasmus Mundus Joint Master in Architectural Landscapes and Archaeology. She's written over 130 publications. There's a long list of them here, which I won't read, but you can certainly connect to her, and I recommend you looking into these fantastic publications. So, Alessandra, you have the floor.
Thank you, Tom, for the generous presentation. Thank you to all the friends who have invited me to this conference. I'm honored to be the keynote speaker. And I thank you to also the friends that have introduced this afternoon the lecture. And actually, I'm very happy of the words that have been mentioned concerning the link between archaeology and sustainability, which is actually the focus of my research. We, as university, and especially with the program Erasmus Mundus Joint Master Degree, we have institutional links with the main institutions here in Rome, and especially with the Parco Archeologico del Colosseo, with the director Alfonsina Russo. And I think it's very, very important, this collaboration that we have, and also, of course, with the municipality of Rome, with Luca Montuori. And I think that it's very, very important, this kind of exchanges that we make between university and institutions, because I think that the research that we do in the university should be at the service of the public institutions. And I think that these collaborations need to be strengthened more and more. So I think I share. I have a PowerPoint to share. Can I share it? Yes, of course. Here, I have 45 minutes, right, to speak.
Yes.
Okay. So. yes, the title of the lecture is Past to Present in City Care, Integrating Heritage in the Broader Context of Metropolitan Areas. I will be speaking of few researches that might be separate one from the other, but instead I consider them strictly connected, even if they study the city from different points of view. Of course, an important focus of my research has been archaeology, and you will hear a lot about archaeology during the lecture, but not only. Italy is rich in places where the relationship between archaeology, urban space, and landscape represents an opportunity to enhance and transform the quality of the built environment. If, as Salvatore Setti's, the book that you see here on the upper side of the slide, specified, the past is not only a dead legacy, but a precious source of contemporary meanings, archaeology can epitomize the foundation of new relational values. The interaction between past and present is an element that strengthens the recognizability of sites and cultures, giving a sense of continuity and belonging. For this aim, it is important to bring together two disciplinary fields, architecture and archaeology, which, although contiguous from an epistemological point of view, in recent decades have been addressed, at least in Italy, in a conflictual way. Italy boasts one of the most worldwide advanced ensembles of laws for the protection of cultural and landscape heritage. However, the regulatory intricacies and above all, the segmentation of competencies end up creating paradox and negative effects for the enhancement of context. Protection usually refers to the physical object in itself, but often it is necessary to consider a more comprehensive portion of the city, which does not involve only the individual monuments. There are in fact broader questions that need to be asked, in which heritage is only one aspect. We need to understand the role of heritage and its contribution to the contemporary city, its meaning in the public space. In fact, it is not enough to entrust the conservation of cultural heritage only to the restoration techniques, as if the task of its preservation is exhausted. The management of heritage, its belonging to the social life and to the community are equally important issues. As architects and archaeologists, we should ask ourselves what actions should be taken to return heritage to the community and not only to the tourist flows. It is therefore necessary to address the transformative potential that social dynamics can introduce. Not all sites should be treated in the same way. Therefore, the tool of the project is required, and before this, a strategic vision is necessary. In order to achieve these goals, a better transdisciplinary interaction is required, also in light of the directives of international bodies that deal with the protection of historical heritage, which encourage the integration between different professions. In particular, the 2011 UNESCO document defines the concept of historical urban landscape and aims to incorporate heritage and its vulnerability in the broader context of the growth of cities, promoting transversal actions between different stakeholders. More than half of the world's population lives in urban area. This is an extract from the Historic Urban Landscape document, which raises a number of questions concerning our contemporary society, and namely how the organization of our community is evolving. So starting from these changes, it underlines the need of taking a step forward and to consider the historical heritage as part of a wider environment in which it must be included and not treated separately. So you can see here in blue rapid and uncontrolled urbanization, which may frequently result in social and spatial fragmentation, urban heritage conservation has emerged as an important sector of public policy. However, the shift from an emphasis on architectural monuments primarily towards a broader recognition of the importance of the social, cultural, and economic processes in the conservation values should be matched with new tools to address this vision. And also preserving the document suggests the use of a landscape approach for identifying, conserving, and managing historic areas with the broader urban contexts. In the economic and environmental difficulties of our era, we are witnessing new threats to the preservation of urban heritage, against which there is a lack of adequate ideas and instruments. While many countries have in previous decades established adequate legislation for the protection of historic centers, investment in cultural policies is rare, and public and private commitment to conservation is far from adequate. The historic urban landscape is defined as the result of an historic layering of cultural and natural values and attributes, extending beyond the notion of historic center or ensemble to include the broader urban context. So this definition provides a basis for a comprehensive and integrated approach, and conservation of the urban heritage should be integrated in general policy planning and practices, those related to a broader context. The decline of public space and the lack of slow connections characterize the contemporary city, mainly founded on the economic dimension, and must make us meditate on the values that could contribute to the making of the city. All those actions capable of placing the quality of the urban space at the forefront. The ineffective results of modern planning have produced a disorderly growth of the global metropolis. It's being most exclusively dominated by the logic of the market, its reliance on events rather than on permanent changes. The mutation of lifestyles induced above all by the digital revolution are some of the problems that cause the poor quality of the urban space. It is quite evident that public administrations are substantially unable to control, if not with quantitative and normative parameters, the results of cities' transformations, concentrated as they are in satisfying functional or legislative requirements, but very rarely attentive to the creation of significant public spaces. Cities are universally oriented to the making of commercial strips characterized by branding stores and pedestrianizations. And the historic city is a consumption good for international tourism. The world capitals are trained to receive tourists, both mass travelers and the more sophisticated proponents of the contemporary grand tour. The historic center of tourist destinations suffer from forms of homologation in terms of uses, selling mass-produced crafts and souvenirs. As Ingersoll, the just disappeared architect, pointed out, tourism has surpassed oil as the world's first industry. It is no coincidence that terrorism sees in it a privileged objective as an emblem of international consumerism. The historical city is preserved according to idealized schemes that prevent those places from participating in the current history. The shopping space that our socio-economic system produces can be considered a bit cynically, as some authoritative architects claim, like Rem Koolhaas, the only inevitable and realistic outcome of our culture. On the other hand, a renewed interest in the quality of open spaces has returned. Important urban transformations, undertaken especially in Northern Europe, but not only, suggest that the demand of quality spaces has not been exhausted with the advent of the city of consumption and the telematic society. On the contrary, sociology has already pointed out the problems that excessive isolation in the digital network causes to individuals, and has recalled the importance of interpersonal relations and contacts between people, which constitute one of the major attractions of urban life, together with the concentration of infrastructures, institutions, and services. And the pandemic has even accentuated these needs for a lifestyle more oriented towards more peaceful rhythms, suitable for enjoying outdoor meeting spaces, less crowded spaces, and accessible on foot and by bicycle. In addition, today, precisely because cities become players in a competitive market, the attractiveness of a territory contributes to placing them in the global rivalry. In this sense, the systemic character in relation to the quality of public space and the relationship with memory and the past are two important issues to be addressed. Archaeological sites are often places where nature has been preserved thanks to regulations, and are therefore places that should be enhanced both for their historical importance and for their environmental qualities. Nature and heritage are important resources to be enhanced for the quality of urban spaces. The Italian territory preserved numerous traces of its ancient topography, and the studies concerning the city's structures are a primary outcome of our urban culture, both for the archaeological sciences and for the architectural discipline. Rodolfo Lanciani has opened the way to modern urban archaeology, to which Daniele Manacorda has given particular impetus. Saverio Muratori and his fundamental research on the typological peculiarities of Venice and Rome has given impulse to the foundation of the morphological school, following the theories put forward by Aldo Rossi. The isolation of archaeological sites zoned as protected areas, enclosed through fences and gates in archaeological parks, causes not only a physical separation, but a real conceptual disconnection in the urban continuity. In most cases, they end as definitely disconnected from the context to which they should belong. Since several decades, architectural culture has been denouncing the inadequacy of zoning as a tool for city planning, recognizing that the subdivision of land into homogeneous and monofunctional areas is the expression of an additive and analytical conception incapable of welcoming the complex relationships necessary to make the city. Italian cities are so extraordinary precisely because they preserve the stratification of the epochs. Monuments are emotional structures that evoke and represent past eras. This is an incredible image of Syracuse, where you have on your left the cathedral built on the Temple of Athena, and many other buildings from Renaissance and 18th and 19th century, and on your right, the Pavilion of the Artemision, which is an archaeological site with a new modern facade for the entrance to this site, designed by Vincenzo Latina. And I think this represents well this stratification of times. But even more numerous, however, are the archaeological findings of minor significance, less involving on the static emotive front,
even if interesting from an historical point of view. Preservation, therefore, should be articulated according to the representatives of sites. As Andreina Ricci, an important archaeologist, author of the book Around the Naked Stone, pointed out, beyond the frequent and mechanical use of concepts of identity and memory, the fragments of the ancient city manifest a clear otherness, resulting in most cases indecipherable or even invisible. Ricci's considerations try to understand if and how the results of archaeological research can contribute to improving the relationship between city and citizens by tuning in with the fast-moving patterns of the contemporary city. For her, it is necessary to deal with the public use of history to orient the collective imagination and to reflect on the aesthetic and communicative results of our heritage display. The aim is to seek a new urban quality, especially in those places that are peripheral. The attempt is to address a greater and different attention to sprawl archaeology, today prey of occasional slogans and prohibitions, increasingly ineffectively and constraining. I will shift to another thematic and then try to connect the two. Copenhagen has been pursuing sustainability-oriented urban policies for 3 decades now. This means not only a greener and cleaner city, but above all, a city with a high quality of life. Along with many other policies oriented to pedestrianization and bicycle circulation, adopted also the climate adaptation plan, not only to focus on minimizing the risks in future climate change, but also take advantage of the adaptation work to improve the life quality of the Copenhageners. Many projects have been carried out, quite interesting and innovative. This is the new Israel Square, consisting of a folded surface floating above the ground with an underground parking space, but also on the top sports facilities, connection to this Horsted Parken, and different a market space, and many interesting elements that make this place very, very lively. All of you know, I think, the Super Quinlan, an award-winning project for this linear park on the site of an old railway, which is part of an urban improvement for the district of Norrebro. In addition to a cycle path and numerous sports facilities, the park aims to celebrate diversity, and it's filled with objects from all over the world, and it is designed in order to introduce forms of collaboration and coexistence between citizens of different nationalities. Here we are instead in Paris, where the idea is to bring the Seine back to the heart of the districts, to install nature in the city, and to provoke an ecological awareness characterizing this park, Billancourt Park, that rises in the ex-industrial site of the Renault, the car manufacturing. The city of Madrid realized one of the most ambitious projects carried out in Europe in recent times, because it dug 43 kilometers of tunnels into which the exit routes and the motorways of a 6-kilometer section along the river Manzanares disappeared. A group of architects led by West 8 designed the master plan for the reclaimed riverbanks and the new urban areas. And the project establishes a physical and conceptual continuity between the city center and the countryside that surrounds the Manzanares with lots of connections, bridges, port facilities, and etc. So it's transforming the city landscape with introducing environmental biodiversity, and of course a city more green and more sustainable. But these kind of projects are happening all over the world. We are here in China with the project of Turenscape, a new green lung for this city of Kunzhu, and it's a park that integrates different recreational functions for healthy lifestyles, and playing especially with the water element. And equally interesting, another project of Turenscape, where just a simple object as this red ribbon that spans over 100 meters to integrate the functions of lighting, seating, environmental interpretation, and orientation is capable of revitalizing, preserving this natural river corridor. Few examples also in Italy. This is a small town in the Pianura Padana, Spitaletto, where a red line crosses the city center and connects with the more peripheral areas, and it's a system of cycle and pedestrian paths that establishes interesting landscape relationships. I want to go back to Copenhagen to remember the 1947 Finger Plan that provided a strategy for the development of the metropolitan area based on commuter rail lines, which extend from the palm of the city center and offers a system of green wedges that provide land for agriculture and recreational purposes. And this is a project by Andrea Schipar for the Green Race in Milan, which even before being a real project, it's a concept that wants to bear quality to the urbanized center with this system of public, pedestrian, and bicycle spaces and green areas that are connecting the city in a systemic way. And let's go back to Rome and to a map that we have published in the book Rome and the Appian Way, Ruins, Utopia, Design, which draws the system where the city lays. It's in the plain of the Tiber River and the Aniene, and in between two volcanoes, in a very interesting characterized area, and a similar systemic reasoning of what we have seen in the previous examples all over the world was carried out for this research that we did on the Appiantica Park. So the Appiantica Park, for those who are not from Rome, is this area over here, just attached to the Aurelian walls. In gray, you see the expansion of the city, and all these green areas are the protected areas of the city, the parks, and they can offer an incredible and interesting system of green areas to be connected. These are 3 of the publications that concern the Appia Antica and the archaeological landscapes on which we have worked, and from which are taken some of the concepts I'm speaking about. I will focus just for a minute on the Appia Antica. This is a magnificent photograph showing the power of the Appia Antica, of the Appian Way in the Roman Campagna. According to Le Corbusier, a road is not just a kilometric entity, but a plastic event within nature. And similarly, we consider the Appia Antica as a device for the reorganization of the urban scene. So the Appia Antica Park can in fact represent an operational area for a systemic project. The Appia Antica has always been a structuring and representative role in the city of Rome. For the Romans, the road was marking the domain of the territory in a physical and symbolic way. After crossing the Ionian Sea, started from Rome, it arrived originally to Capua and then continued to Brindisi. And after crossing the Ionian Sea, it became the Egnatia Road, the road leading to Byzantium. And instead, afterwards, in the medieval times, the Appia Antica was part of the Via Francigena, which is a network of pilgrimage routes that connected the main holy places of Santiago de Compostela, Rome, and Jerusalem. The Appia Antica has always had an important role. Through the Appia, Charles V made his triumphal entry to Rome after the conquest of Tunis. And this was a symbolic axial arrival that was much celebrated by the Pope Paul III Farnese, who undertook for that occasion a grandiose program of preservation of the most important monuments along the way, establishing the Inspectorate of Antiquities for the protection of historic properties. And also in these years, to testify this importance of the road, alongside with the growth of antiquarian interest, people such as Antonio da Sangallo the Younger or Piero Ligorio surveyed the ruins of the Appia, suggesting hypothetical reconstructions. To testify the continuing importance of this axis, there are beautiful maps that focus on its linear extension and on the built and geographical episodes around it. But it's at the time of Napoleon that a study campaign in the area was launched with the idea of promoting the restoration and the enhancement of the main Roman consular road, commissioning Antonio Canova to start excavation. And the French administrators saw in the archaeological heritage not just a contemplative concept, but a more pragmatic attitude, aiming at the modernization of Rome as the second capital of the French Empire. A great archaeological and representative park had to be built from the Colosseum to the Alban Hills, including the Appian Way. At the end of the 19th century, this intervention stimulated the creation of an archaeological promenade commissioned by Bacelli and Ruggero Bonghi, and the physical aspects of the city at the time of the Romans needed to be represented, and ruins were exhibited within a new modern infrastructural order, since the road network was the qualifying element of the modern urban structure. Marcello Piacentini in 1916 considered the unity and the intangibility of the archaeological area. A ring of parks and gardens had to surround the city and connect to the urban stretch of the Appia Antica, an area that had to be left unchanged, ensuring the view of the Alban Hills and the Roman countryside. In the 1931 master plan, this is the first time that the Napoleonic idea of this great archaeological park is put into a map on the Rome master plan. And this park, this yellow area of the Appia Antica Park, had to connect with through the archaeological promenade of Bonghi to the area of the Forum. And this was mapped as a zone of respect, that is to say, not to be built. And it is the first act of the establishment of this huge Appia Park. Piacentini's theoretical reference of a green wedge-shaped system that alterned in sequence green and built area came from Eberstadt project for the Greater Berlin. The Appian Park had to celebrate the ancient Roman roots, but also was indicated the expansion of the city towards the south, a prediction that was proposed by Piacentini in this diagram, and that actually was achieved, but with a sort of in controlled way, not in a planned manner. This is a view of the Appiantica Park nowadays. And when we did a workshop in 2011, I invited Renato Nicolini to the inaugurating conference, and he was the culture counselor of Rome during the Argan municipality government, and he spoke of the Appiantica park as a paradox, because it presents the maximum symbolic values and at the same time the obvious depression of its actual use. How to live, wondered Nicolini, without having to imagine wearing Henry James tuba with the same intensity in an area of the city that presents the memory of the ancient Roman countryside, but shouldn't for this reason be part of the contemporary city? The conservation of this area has been debated since the Napoleonic era, but what role do these 4,700 hectares have today in the city structure? In recent decades, to architecture has gradually been subtracted one of its most important and traditional operational fields, the territory, devolved to planning or to infrastructural engineering, disciplines that have simplified the complexities and potentials of places by responding to specific objectives. The territories of continuity, as the Appian Way is, are those that should characterize a long duration with permanencies that characterize the landscapes. The relationship of the territory with time and memory, the interpretation of the historical and archaeological signs are therefore of great importance. The project in these cases should be understood as a working history, an instrument of measurement of the context. This means that the architecture, in expressing the modification of places, is called to bring the past back into the present in an ethical and responsible sense. The Appia Park today is this green area that you see, a green line that surrounds the edge of the park, that is today at the center of a metropolitan context that makes its role even more significant. This great void is nowadays the heart of a residential and productive area among the most populated of the Roman region, and we need to consider it in connection with the rest of the city as a formidable resource for the neighboring districts. The drawing imprinted on the cover of our book, like a logo, gives the sense of the research and the design exploration that we conducted. The scheme represents in dark red the planimetric shape of the Roman metropolitan area. In white, the Grande Raccordo Anulare, the ring road, the rivers Tiber and Aniene, the Aurelian Wall, the axis of the Appiantica on the gray outline of the park. At the regional scale are represented the coastline and the two north-south volcanoes. The sign of the Appiantica immediately arises as an urban and geographical infrastructure. It is part of the identity of the city, but also of its nature. It belongs to the past, it affects the present, but above all, it projects itself into the future, outlining a concrete utopia for the city. The Appiantica is basically a unity of measurement. The axis is the radius that intersects the ring of the walls and of the GRA. The disorder of Rome finds in the Appiantica a sort of geometric and spatial reference. the linearity of the Roman road and the great void of the park affect the formless figure of the metropolis, crossing it from the center to the extreme periphery. So this artery of the past becomes the measure of the contemporary city. The Appia Park can have a similar role in Rome as a Central Park in New York City, a park that is at the center of the city, becoming its symbolic and pulsing heart. So the enhancement of this area must be conceived starting from the connections that can be established with it. The regional park houses already inside a series of functions and many monuments and many interesting services and activities and infrastructures that only need to be put in relationship one with the other. And this we have done in a sort of simple way, surveying the existing condition and prefigurating possible reuse on facilities. So these are a survey of all the points, the important points, the access, the nodes, the heritage that are collected in one map over here, all the important lines, a parkway that we thought at the edges of the park, the train lines that can serve the park, and a cycle path. And then the surfaces, which are divided into the palimpsest, all the heritage areas, all the loisir areas, and the agriculture. And all together, they can make what we have defined as a sort of super park. It's a question of putting in connection all the existing things with the knowledge that they can energetically work one together with the other in a systemic way. And this area is not only significant from the city center outwards, as usually has been considered, but also on the reverse perspective, able to include the metropolitan dimension of the city of Rome and connecting towards the south, even connecting the two parks, the park of the Appia Antica together with the Castelli Romani Park, a project that we developed for the Provincia di Roma. And of course, the park is in a systemic connection with all the constellation of parks that we saw at the beginning, and with the presence of the GRAB, the Grande Raccordo Anulare delle Biciclette, so another ring that is a bicycle ring and not only the car ring that is over there. And here I get into the last 8 minutes of the lecture to show you how this area of the Appia Park is actually, if one considers the former areas of a project of the 1960s that had to be developed all in the eastern part of eastern and southern part of the city for the directional services, the so-called Eastern Directional System, which was planned in 1962 and was never realized. And finally, these areas remained free green spaces that have been now proposed by the municipality of Rome in what they call the Green Ring, strategic iron ring, and the former SDO areas. So on these areas, we had developed in 2017 within our master degree Architecture and Archaeology, which has now become the international master course that I coordinate, a sort of a workshop with a project for the enhancement of the archaeological areas in the Roman suburbs along the GRAB, the Grande Raccordo Anulare delle Biciclette, and on the sites of those leftover areas of the 1962 plan. These areas are actually incredible green areas now inside the peripheral areas of Rome, but they are preserved also thanks to the numerous archaeological remains that are over there that have contributed to the preservation and not the building of this exploitation, this area. This is a tour that we did with the students to visit during the Archeograb, and we did this workshop together with Legambiente, and we divided 6 sites, Tor Fiscale, Centocelle, Casilino, Serenissima, 5 sites, and Ponte Mammolo. And so the idea was to bring together an holistic vision where historical and natural heritage, urban regeneration and public spaces, infrastructure, and promotion of soft mobility were considered all at once. And I'll go very quickly through these sites to show you that they are filled with green areas, archaeology, the city, a lot of problematics that we faced in the workshop, and I will not go in detail through this, but these images give you an idea of the interest and the complexity of all these areas, and the problematics also that they face. This is the area of Centocelle, just next to the Palmiro Togliatti, with the car wrecks that are, of course, a problematic condition, but the area of the Casilino with beautiful archaeological remains, and all these areas you can see here from this map how dense the archaeology is in the presence of these green areas. This is the area of Centocelle, and it's actually thanks to all this archaeology that contributed to save the green spaces, because the regulations that have preserved the archaeology, they actually contributed to lose the building, to do not respond to the building pressure. This is the area of Serenissima, an interesting long green corridor between a dense inhabited area between the highway A24 and the fast train line on the southern edge. And inside here again, important archaeological remains like the Via Collatina, and one of the most important necropolis of Rome. So but the state of these areas is like you see here in this picture. And just to conclude the discussion on the enhancement of history and green spaces, makes me show you briefly 2 studies conducted with physicians and sociologists on the topic of lifestyles and healthcare, a topic only apparently distant from the things we have just talked about, because regular physical activity prevents disease and risk of death. And to exercise means to stay healthy, and individual actions generate complex collective benefits. And this kind of thoughts have also been implemented in countries like the United States, where Mayor Bloomberg adopted innovative guidelines to augment the activity, the physical activity, to promote health in design. And so this means also to generate livable and pleasant places with quality of public life. An experiment that we carried out in the train station of Teano, the metro station of Teano, which is actually in one of the areas that we just saw of the archeograph in the area of the Casilino, a densely inhabited area with green places. And we did this experimentation with the urban planning office of Rome with Giovanni Caudo around the nodes of the mobility. So the idea was to work on the pedestrian redevelopment of the areas around the city infrastructural nodes, with the idea of the combination of these interventions could generate a process of how you say, slow mobility development of these areas. So a sort of urban acupuncture for the creation of spaces to support walking, which gives shapes to public spaces. And I will finish. I put the clock to remind me of the time. I will finish in a few minutes. So in a radius of 5,000 steps, about 3 kilometers, which around the node of the train station, and so to connect the green spaces, sports facilities, pedestrian, bicycle tracks, and etc. And it's a survey of all the schools, the green spaces, the archaeology, all the important elements, and in order to create this kind of connections that are very important. And I don't get into details, but this is also an archaeological area. So all the systems are put together. And this kind of research continued also in a more recent research concerning the open spaces of Sapienza spread out in the city. And again, you know, these systemic ideas that connect together all the spaces of the current city with the history and with the green spaces, enhancing abandoned and voids and interesting areas. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Alessandra, for a quite, I think, spectacular lecture. And whoa, I mean, there is so much stuff in there that I think we can talk about this for the next couple of months. I do not know, Alessandro, if you have time for some feedback. I'm asking also Alessandro Camis or Zeynep.
Yes, thank you very much, Alessandra, for your keynote speech that was indeed illuminating in the within the field of archaeology and landscape and design, that these things are strongly integrated, I believe. There's always green areas around our archaeological areas. So if we don't consider them, we're not doing the proper thing, I believe. So that is a very important point to underline in your speech. And I agree with you, absolutely. Just to remind everyone that we have this, survey about what is the future of archaeological sites. Let me share this with you because everyone can just put his comment there. You can either scan the QR code and open it up on your phone and then answer, giving keywords for the future of archaeological sites, or go to slido.com and put the code AACCP2021. I'm going to put in the chat in a minute the link, so you can go directly. You can go with your computer, tablet, phone. Maybe it does work with the iWatch, you know, I could probably can do it. So we're trying to integrate within the symposium, you know, different voices, so to have a discussion. And we might have a discussion in the coffee break at the end of, no, we don't have a coffee break. No, we're not going to have.
Yeah, we do have a coffee break.
Oh, so we can have the discussion within the coffee break also, and pick some comments, but Jan, if you want to take maybe one question from the audience.
Yeah, I can take one question from the audience. Does anyone have a question? Anyone from the audience? Let me know, let it know, be known in the chat or directly by interfering. No questions, we have to think about it. We have to.
I got one.
I know it.
Alessandra, what is the future of archaeological sites for you?
Well, I would like to answer that there is not only one future for archaeological sites, but many futures. And I would say many different approaches. Probably this is one of the most important things that we should learn also in the discussion with institutions and local authorities. No, we, as I said at the beginning, there are different conditions. Of course, if we speak of the central archaeological area in Rome is one thing, very different from all the sprawl of archaeology around the countryside. We cannot have the same attitude for all these sites. Of course, there are different ways that in which we need to interpret them. But I think that especially, yes, of course, we always concentrate on the city center, but I think that nowadays we have to consider the metropolis at its large scale, and the peripheral areas are the areas that suffer the most, and are also the areas that mostly contribute with the pollution, if you want, to the city, because people commute in Rome not through bicycle or public transports, but mostly with cars. And it's precisely in these places that we have to make this kind of connections. If there is one good thing about the pandemic is that they are giving these incentives to buy electrical bikes, and I can assure you that I have recently bought an electrical bike, and the distances in Rome, even the ones that are more far, can be easily accessible also to somebody that it's over its 60s, and I can reach all these areas very easily. So I think that we should continue in the improvement of bicycle tracks, connection of green spaces, enhancement of archaeological areas in the peripheral areas, which can contribute to the identity of the of these public spaces that, as we saw in the initial slides, modernity has created some disasters from the point of view of public space in the peripheral areas. But I think that nowadays we have given a lot of space also to creativity, to the possibility also. Why did I show so many public spaces that were showing also sports facilities? Because I don't think that these things need to be separated one from another. There is nothing bad to put, let's say, a soccer field or sports facilities nearby an area that is maybe an archaeological area of minor importance in the peripheral area of Rome. It would be better that people see it in their daily life instead of, fencing it off and not being able to enjoy of it.
Okay, thank you, Alessandra. We will, for now, we will now first go to Tom, who is in the forum, and I'm going to share my screen for a little introduction.
Thank you to all of you.
You will see this. Thank you, Alessandra, and I hope you can be with us when there's a coffee break in a little bit
Professor
less
Capuano.
than an hour.
Thank you, Professor Capuano. And we have the summer school in the Roman Forum right here in the Horrea in June. So we should also talk about that in the next days after the symposium. Thank you very much.
So we move now to the forum with Thomas Green Rankin, who is an architect, or American architect, who received his master's, as you can see, in architecture at the Harvard University Graduate School of Design, and after a BA in architecture at Princeton, and a laurea also in architecture at the Sapienza University. He's been in Rome for 30 years, engaged in design research, practice, also teaching for several programs and La Sapienza here in Rome. His main interest and topic is that of the sustainable, resilient city of Rome, on which he also published the book called Rome Works. An architect explores the world's most sustainable city. He has obviously also written numerous articles on sustainable urbanism and presented numerous conferences. His colleague, partner in the project of the Horrea Agrippiana is Dora Cirone, who is an archaeologist who graduated from La Sapienza, and has been directing stratigraphic investigations in urban and suburban sites in Rome and around Italy. She is an expert in analysis and conservation, conservative restoration of archaeological and architectural projects. Her work focuses particularly on the largely Italian cultural heritage risk charter. She has co-directed international projects. She has been at the Villa delle Vignace project and is the co-director also of the International Borgo Abruzzo project. Educational and cultural activities for university students, Italian and foreign. And she is thus actively participating, directing the archaeological activity of the Horrea Agrippiana during the summer school of Isar. Tom and Dora, it is all yours.
Thank you very much, Jan Gedén. Can you hear me all?
And it's working.
Great. So this time, this is not a virtual background. I'm here in the Roman Forum with my colleague Dora Cirone, and we're going to be walking directly into the site of the Horrea Agrippiana. I'm going to be passing my microphone to Dora, but we won't hear audio. So if you need to ask us a question or something, you should ask it in the chat. I'm just going to switch the camera so that you can say hi to Dora Cirone and just hang this around your neck. Doesn't really matter how. Okay, you're on, Dora.
Can you hear me?
Thumbs up if you can hear, Dora. Say it again.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
we can.
We are exactly at the lower slope of the Palatine, precisely at the northwest corner of this ancient hill. Now we are very close to the temple of Castor and Pollux, and that Tom now it's, and from the other side, on the other side, we have the Basilica Julia. Now we walk along the Vicus Tuscus. Ancient sources tell us the name of this road. The name Tuscus becomes from the fact that in this area, Etruscan people established their settlement in very ancient times. We are talking of more or less the 6th century BCE. So we know the name of this road. On my left, you can see this big brick complex that was built from the Emperor Domitiano in the second half of the 1st century CE. This big complex belonged to the, yes, you can read the name of the road. This big complex belonged to the imperial palace that was built at the top of the hill. Okay, sorry, but I'm only an archaeologist, so okay. Okay, now walking along the Vicus Tuscus, now we enter in the Ore Agripiana. The Ore Agripiana is a warehouse built from Agrippa. Tom, how do you say suocero di Augusto? No, Genero. Son-in-law of the Emperor Augustus. So we are inside this big complex. Now we can see only the north and the east part of this big complex and the courtyard, because the west part and the south part of this big complex is covered by the model soil, the model road of Via San Teodoro from on the west, and on the south we have the church of San Teodoro. So the ruins now are buried beneath the modern soil. So this building was built exactly during the Augustan time, but we decided to start a big project in this area because we didn't know what was here before this building. In order to understand exactly the evolution of the town, the ancient town in this part, because we didn't know so many things about this area. So we start digging and we discover a lot of information, especially of Republican times. So I'm talking about of 3rd, 2nd century BCE. Exactly in this part we had private houses, and they were built along the slope of the Palatine. Now you can see in front of me the Palatine, the rock of the Palatine that was cut vertically. But you have to imagine that in very ancient times, the slope was made in terraces. So the house was built along these terraces. This big house lived for a long time. And then in Augustan time, Agrippa decided to destroy everything and to build this big warehouse. The plan of this warehouse is similar to other warehouse in the Roman world. You can see on the plan. This is the Ore Agripiana. We walked along this road, the Vicus Tuscus. This is the big complex in brick that we saw before. Now we are inside. As you can see, we have a big courtyard, and around we have a lot of rooms. We have at least 2 or 3 floors in this building. And as you can see, the wall of this room was made with blocks. The brick wall that you see at the back of this room belongs to the complex of Domitiano. When this complex was built, Domitiano destroyed the original wall of the area and rebuilt with the brick. But the original wall of this complex were made with blocks. Why they use blocks? Because you know that in Rome a lot of fire happened because of the use of the wood in the building. You have to imagine that inside this kind of building there were cereals and foods. So in order not to destroy the food, they decided to build with blocks in order to prevent the fire. Okay, so we have the blocks in front of the wall. You have to imagine in this part, how do you say, semi-columns and yes, pilasters, yes, made in travertine. This particular kind of architecture is very important in this kind. It's very strange in this kind of building that they were only warehouse. But you have to imagine that here we are at the base of the Palatine, at the base of the Imperial Palace. So probably the Ore Agripiana serve the Imperial Palace. This is why we have this particular architecture, very important and monumental architecture. The building remain in this condition for a lot of centuries. We know that only in the 5th or 6th century CE, the courtyard was occupied by a lot of rooms that you can see now. Probably when was built the first church of Sant'Odoro. We know that during the 6th century, 6th, 7th century CE, in this area were built two very important churches, the Church of Sant'Odoro and the Church of Santa Maria Antigua, that was built inside the big complex of Domitiano. These two churches had some, Tom now this is the Church of Sant'Odoro. Here, there is the Church of Santa Maria Antigua. These two churches had also diaconia. The diaconia were institution with buildings where pilgrims and poor people, when came to Rome, could relax, could have something to eat, like a hospital for poor people. And so probably the Order Agrippiana became the Diaconia of Sant'Odoro. So this building that was born in Augustan time, after a long life of warehouse, became a Diaconia. So it changed the function of this building, but not the architecture, not the plan of the architecture. And so this building continued his life during the life of the town. Only when the archaeological park of the Forum Romano was born, this building stopped to live inside the common life of the town. So you have to imagine that this building continued living with the Church of Sant'Odoro, with the Diaconia. Probably during the Renaissance time, the building was abandoned, probably, but the use of this building for to steal travertine blocks and bricks, something that should be reused in building that were growing in the center of the town. This is more or less the history of the Order Agrippiana. Yeah, so we can go inside.
This area is generally closed to the public, but when we do our summer schools and excavations here, of course, ESAR has access to this area.
These rooms, you have to imagine that these are the single rooms along the north side of the Order Agrippiana. You have to imagine a ceiling. You can see where the blocks. So you have to imagine the ceiling. So we have two levels in these rooms. Probably here we don't know if here we have the food and the probably the offices were at the higher level. We don't know exactly, but probably you have to imagine that here at the floor, the main floor, where the food, because you have to imagine that the food enter from the Vicus Tuscus, because the Vicus Tuscus came from the Circus Maximus, exactly from the Tevere, where the food arrived with the ships. So along this Vicus Tuscus, come si dice,
Carriages.
the carriages arrive here, enter inside this building, and put all the food, the cereals, and something like that inside this room. The offices probably, as I told you before, were at a higher level. Can you see? Yes, here we have a lime kiln built probably during the medieval time, because as I told you, the building continued living. In our excavation, we found a lot of information about the late antique times, exactly, of 6th and 7th century. The building continued living, probably with little shops or little how do you say, attività artigianali?
Artisans.
Artisans, yes. Probably in 9th or 10th century CE was built here a lime kiln where travertine and marble fragments were put to destroy it to make lime. So you can see how the life of a building built say a lot of century ago continue living until medieval time, Renaissance time, changing the function but not the plan and the architecture. Can you see these are the fragments of the yes, the pilaster semi-column. You see in travertine. As I told you, these are very monumental elements, architectural elements that were used, yes, the handle of an amphora. This kind of blocks, particular blocks, were used because we are very close and probably connected with the Imperial Palace, were very close to here, very close here. We don't have a lot of fragments of the floor of this building destroyed. We have some fragments of this kind of floor used in this kind of buildings, warehouse, opus picatum floor made with bricks.
Want to say something about the excavation, the Signum Virtumi excavation?
Yes, our excavation, as I told before, we dug in this area, and we are in the east part of the building, and here the north wing. We dug in this part, and we discovered, as I told you, this Republican house that started from the Vicus Tuscus and then went to the top of the Palatine, following the terraces of the hill. We found only the west part of this building because, as I told before, the slopes of the Palatine weren't so vertically. So you have to imagine terraces. So when Agrippa started building this warehouse, cut vertically the hill, and so destroyed the higher part of this Republican house. And so we found only the lower part of this house. But this house stopped more or less and the half of this building. And the situation here changes. We found a big foundation of a building that we are trying to understand what it was. One of the hypotheses that we made of this big building that we found in this part of this of the area, one of the hypotheses thinks that this is part of a little temple, but we have to finish our excavation because we have to continue and dig and understand if these walls belong to a temple or not. So we know exactly what happens here during Republican times. So summarizing, we have the Vicus Tuscus from ancient times. Etruscan people established here. Then during the Republican times, this area was urbanized with private houses and probably with a building, with a religious building, probably, but we are trying to understand. Then in Augustan time, the urbanistic of this part of the town changed completely. So in this part, we have this big warehouse that probably belongs to the property of the Palatine or the emperor or the imperial palace. So everything was destroyed. So the private houses and also this big building that now for the moment we think is a temple, but obviously is only a work hypothesis. So from the Augustan time, the look of the town in this part remained the same. Only the function changes, but the building remain situation for a lot of centuries until at least a Renaissance time, but probably more over during the 17th century.
2 minutes,
This is,
Dora.
I try to explain very fast what we found. There are a lot of things to say, but for the moment I stop. I thank again everybody, and I say goodbye.
Thank you, Dora. I'm going to take the microphone back.
Grazie, Dora.
So that little site visit, which I hope gave you an idea of the stratigraphy, the complexity, the diachronic quality of this site, up until the wonderful apartments of Jan Godin knows who lives in that apartment that I'm pointing to up there. I think it's the Belgian ambassador to Italy. So up to the present day, when ISAR and other colleagues are working here most summers doing contemporary archaeological excavation. So we're
say only one thing.
Yes, say it loud.
I only want to say something.
Mm-hmm.
I only want to say something, especially to Dottoressa Russo, because I want to thank her availability for with our project that we are trying to finish with the new excavation next year. So thanks, Dottoressa Russo. Thanks to the other colleague of the Parco. Thanks again.
Yes, definitely. We couldn't do this without them and without all of the supporters of ISAR. We're going to change gears now, and Jan is going to present our illustrious colleague on the other end of town in the Renaissance quarter of Rome, the Banchi, Alan Seen, and I'm going to sign off here from the forum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Jan, let me remind everyone that we're going to have a summer school there in that same place in June. And if anyone is interested in, taking part as a student, you can find the link there. And instead, if you would like to give a lecture within the summer school, let us know. We will be very happy to host you.
And before then you start the recording, let me introduce briefly Alan Seen, who is, I would say, himself a concept and a monument in Rome. He studied at Columbia and at UPenn. As you can see, served 2 years in the US Army Engineers, moved to Italy in 1959, has taught at the Overseas School of Rome, then for Roman programs of Cornell, Rensselaer Polytechnic, Pratt, and for the last 20 years for the Penn State University's Rome program. He opened in 2000 his Studium Urbis as a research center on Rome, on the topography and urban development of Rome. Amongst his publications is the Quartiere dei Banchi, is Rome 1748. Alan is an absolute absolute authority on Roman maps, Roman prints, and especially on the Noli map of 1748. And we have a edited lecture of his that is gonna follow now.
Now, Banchi was a particularly important area right at the bend of the river. And it was called Banchi because it had stalls where moneylenders and money changers worked. And in fact, the Italian word for stall is banco. And we get our word bank from that, right? So the Quartiere dei Banchi was the money changers area in the Renaissance. Consequently, a very important site. Right, so let's plunge right in. Here's the aerial view again, this time looking in the other direction. There's the bend in the river. I'll keep talking about the bend in the river, right? The Quartiere dei Banchi is right here. And it was obviously related to the Castel Sant'Angelo, the great fortress made out of the mausoleum of Hadrian. The Corso Vittorio that I mentioned a moment ago cuts right through the Quartiere dei Banchi. Here we get sort of a close-up of this area here, a little closer, looking at the Ponte Sant'Angelo, the bridge of Castel Sant'Angelo, right, with its statues by Bernini. And in the very foreground, which we see here too, is the church of San Giovanni dei Fiorentini, St. John of the Florentines. Now the Florentines in the Renaissance were a separate nation, right? Every nation had its national church. This was the national church of the Florentine community. And in fact, it makes sense because the major part of the dealers, the bankers, if you like, in the Quartiere dei Banchi were Florentine, right? And so they have the national church right in the same area. Looking at, I said I'd be using maps, looking at the map of Rome, the map, the 1748 Nolli map. That's what I'm using as a base for the whole talk, actually. We can see marked on it, and I think we should get it straight right at the beginning, in black are the Aurelian walls, the walls that were built in the late Empire, late Roman Empire, around 280 AD, right? These, on the other side of the river, were medieval walls built to protect St. Peter's from attack, because it had been attacked at one point. And so these are medieval walls that were built to sort of bring St. Peter's into the circuit of walls of the city. This area here was already in ancient times Trastevere, Trastevere meaning across the river. You know, on the other side of the tracks, so to speak, right, was this area a very sort of modest neighborhood, which has remained that way to this day, practically. But the central part of the city, where we have, let's say, Piazza Navona, the Pantheon, all of the famous monuments and piazze, right, is in this area. And in red, I've shown the major pathways that ran through the city. And in particular, one we'll be talking very briefly about, the Via Papale, which is this one, connecting St. Peter's, I've shown it in yellow, to the Lateran, St. John and Lateran at the other end of the city. Here we get a detail of the major paths in the Renaissance. The Via Papale, the papal processional route, being this one. In the other side, we see what modern avenues did to the neighborhood. The River Road, which was put in when they built the river walls in late 19th century, and the Corso Vittorio Emanuele, which I've mentioned a moment ago. Then, let's get to some historic photographs. This is, I think, one of the most interesting ones. It's a 17th century painting. We don't know who the painter is, but it shows just that kind of procession that I mentioned that the popes took, going from St. Peter's down past the castle, turning onto the bridge of the castle, and passing through Piazza di Ponte. Piazza di Ponte was a key piazza, square, in Rome. In fact, if we go back a second, we see that so many of the pathways that I've mentioned converged on that piazza right there. Right, so we see this procession cutting right across the piazza, and we see people in carriages and hanging out the windows of this palazzo. This is Palazzo Altoviti. There it is in a closer view, but the Palazzo Altoviti has completely disappeared now. By the way, there it is again in a late 19th century photo. The Palazzo Altoviti is completely gone because when they built the river walls, they demolished the palazzo. In fact, these are not the river walls yet. These are the walls connecting to the Ponte Sant'Angelo. All right, so that gives us an idea of Piazza di Ponte, and this shows the end of the bridge, the Ponte Sant'Angelo, before they changed it, because they demolished a couple of these arches and replaced them with big arches. So the Ponte Sant'Angelo is not in an ancient situation. Let's look at another print. These are fascinating because they emphasize different things. Every map maker has an axe to grind. Right? This map maker, he's a German, right? Was very interested in the Borgo, that is the area of the city across the river from Castel Sant'Angelo to Old St. Peter's. That's Old St. Peter. And what I've highlighted was the old Piazza di Ponte, right? This, by the way, is the way Schedel thought the Pantheon. These early views, I think, are very revealing. Continuing, using a major map, which dates from 1551. There's the date. Buffalini. And Buffalini's map is very important because it's the very first plan map, not a view, but a plan map of the city since antiquity. The very first one, right? It is very distorted. I spent a year at the National Gallery in Washington trying to undistort Buffalini, and I had a great time with it. But anyway, I used Nolli and redrew Buffalini on top of Nolli. But in Buffalini alone, you can see the Via Papale, the papal processional route, very clearly. In yellow, the very ancient Via Recta, right? And another ancient street, the Via Peregrinorum, which happened to be the return route for the papal processions. So I think if you look at this map carefully, I think you get a lot out of it. As I said, we're going to say a few words about the procession by the popes from the Vatican to the Lateran, and it picks up on the idea of ancient processions like Julius Caesar coming back to Rome with his legions. Well, it's in fact it's the same idea. Here we have the Possesso, that is the name of that procession of Alexander VII, Pope Alexander VII, from St. Peter's past the Capitoline Hill, and next to the Colosseum, all the way to the Lateran. Another major map is the Falda map. There's the date on the screen, who shows our area, the Banchi area, very, very carefully, when it had already been developed with the trivium, as we call it, the three converging streets. This was the original ancient street, and these are the two streets that were cut through to form a formal device which we call a trivium. Tri, three, vium, streets, three streets, right? But in this case, a very formal trivium. Just a sort of a summary plan. In yellow are the pre-Renaissance existing streets, mainly ancient, right? Like the Via del Corso, which was called the Via Lata. The first formal trivium was made in the early 1500s with two streets converging at exactly equal angles with the Corso, the Via Lata. That's the first formal trivium. The second formal trivium was our site, the Banchi trivium, right there. We have a whole new neighborhood across the river called Borgo Pio, right? Because Pius IV, the Pope, did this gridded area. We have Via Giulia, Julius II in 1504, cut through one of the early Renaissance streets, and so on. Okay, let's develop this idea of the trivium, the three streets that converge on a point, right? That's a formal trivium, like the Corso and the two streets put in by Leo X in the early 1500s. They converge on a point, but you can also think of it in the other direction. This idea, in this sense, we see this brilliant print by Piranesi, which is very distorted, but carefully points out the three major streets, right? When you came into the city through Porta del Popolo, you came in and you had three streets facing you. This one, the ancient one, the Via Lata, the Corso, leading to the Forum, the ancient center of the city. The Via Leonina Ripetta, leading to the Renaissance part of the city, and the Via del Babuino, leading to the developing, the Baroque area eventually of the city, right? It's in effect, think of it as almost a hand, a three-fingered hand, clawing into the city. Buffalini on the left, Nolli on the right. Guess which one is accurate? It's funny because Buffalini, on his map, he shows the surveying tools. He has a picture of the surveying tools he says I used, right? If he used surveying tools very carefully, I think he would not have got these incredibly different angles for what were identical angles between the three streets. They are identical, I've measured them. Going back, all the way back to antiquity, our Banchi area has to be analyzed in ancient times. Lanciani, he called it the forma urbis Romae, the shape of the city of Rome, and it dates from 1901 to 1903 actually. But he shows, very importantly, the ancient streets speckled in black, right? In fact, this is the Via Recta, which was a straight ancient street connecting to a bridge that's no longer there. One of the piers is. He shows an ancient street paralleling the river. And as I say, he reconstructs the ancient city. There's Castel Sant'Angelo with its bridge. He uses black for ancient, this maroon color for essentially the Nolli city, right? The maroon color for that, and blue not only for the river, but for modern, that is modern in his day, modern new streets like Corso Vittorio. Okay, we can compare this clearly with the Nolli detail on the right. Here is sort of a little analysis of the existing ancient street, the two new streets cut through by Pope Paul III to create the second formal trivium, that's our site, the Banchi trivium. And very interestingly, he shows or rather, we emphasize a street that was also put in by Paul III, that is in the 1540s, right? Renaissance Pope Paul III, which we'll see a little later in another detail. Here are a couple of modern views. The bridge has been lengthened when they widened the river in the late 19th century. They lengthened the bridge. But this photograph was taken, the lower one, was taken standing at the point where the bridge once ended, and from which you could get a view down the three streets of the Banchi Trivium. The view down to San Giovanni dei Fiorentini, the view to the Zecca, the Papal Mint, and the view along Via Panico. This shows it standing much further back, but this is the critical point right here. In fact, that center street is so important that Vasi, a contemporary of Nolli, an exact contemporary of Nolli, shows the Strada dei Banchi, which looks like this, right, as a great wide avenue. And at the end of it, he emphasizes a major Renaissance building, the Zecca. Zecca in Italian means mint, where they coin money, right? And so the Zecca building, which was designed by Sangallo the Younger, by the way, Antonio da Sangallo the Younger, is important for a number of reasons. It's also the first Renaissance building to have a curved facade, the very first. Looking at the right-hand street, we get the Via Paola. That's this one, aimed at the Florentine church, and the Via di Panico, which is essentially a symmetrical street with the Via Paola. And here is something I promised earlier. Using a cadastral map, there's the date, we get a very interesting result. Not only do we get the exact angles, this one being a little less than that one, right? But anyway, not only do they show carefully the accurate angles, right? But they show that the Via Paolo, this street, the Via Consolato, put in by Paul III, the same pope that put these two in, makes an exactly symmetrical angle with respect to the axis of San Giovanni dei Fiorentini. That's planning. That's clear planning, right? But another important map to study the area is the Muratori 1963 plan map, which shows buildings with the ground floor plans, right? There's the Corso Vittorio, as you can see. There's the Banchi Trivium. I've tried to indicate the demolitions that took place when they built both the Corso Vittorio and the Lungotevere, the river road. The effect of the Corso Vittorio on our area is considerable.
Okay, this was the contribution, recorded contribution of Alan Seen, edited by Tom, because as you probably may have figured out, Alan could go on forever about anything that relates to Rome, to maps, to views, etc. At this point, I think we are going to have a brief, I see that Tom is back also in the meantime. I think we are going to have a brief coffee break. And that means that, what does that mean, Alessandro? That we are gonna, that you are gonna put us in breakout rooms. Breakout rooms, or Zeynep.
No.
You do that for me because I have no idea how that works.
No.
No.
We have so many
Alessandra
things.
is there. That's good.
We have so many things to discuss, including Alessandra Capuano's lecture, the guided tour, and Alan Scene. So I think we can talk. I mean, this
Okay.
is the idea.
Good.
But
Let's talk.
Within the coffee break, you want to have a coffee, you can do it.
I'm going to make a coffee in the meantime.
So if anyone would like to comment on the what we have just seen, the Alan Scene, sorry for this game.
So,
and Capuano, and the site visit with Thomas Rankin and Dora Cirone, you're welcome to do so. Just turn on your microphone and turn on your video and yeah.
I'm not sure if Alan Scene joined us in the end. He wasn't sure if he would be able to connect. If you're here, Alan, hello. I see Andrew Kranis is here, who we'll be talking with later. I did want, this isn't a question, but I wanted to also just mention when my bio was read and said that I had a laurea from Sapienza, that's partly thanks to Alessandra Capuano, who was my relatrice. So I wanted to add that happy coincidence.
Maybe there was something for Alessandra that struck me when you talked about the the problematic of the Appian Way, and I think you said something that you feel that the architects have to take back or have to take back the territory. In the sense, I understood that the architects on the one hand have maybe concentrated too much on buildings over the last, I don't know, decennia, and that they have let go the territory to the planners, to the engineers. Could you elaborate a little bit on that? Is that your personal idea, your personal conviction, or why? Microphone. You have to unmute yourself, Ale.
Okay, sorry.
Perfect.
Yes, I think that well, especially in the last 20-25 years, in general, all around the world, with this emphasis that we have given to the star system of the architects, the concentration has been on the single objects and not as much in the making of the city. The city is not just an addition of single objects, it's the relationship that we create among them. And so there is a mixture that has to do with this, giving attention on the single objects, which and on the other hand, it has to do also with the regulations of the modern planning that somehow have established certain rules for the building of the city. For instance, let's say the distance among the buildings, the security regulations that we have. All these kind of things create a different kind of city in which the attention is no longer on the city itself, but on the single objects. Whereas if we still appreciate very much the built environments, it's not because they are a collection of single objects, but because they are spaces in which we live, and the outdoor condition of the city is a very important element, not only I think for the Mediterranean cities, but all over the world. I mean, the European city in general, but many other cities around the world are very interesting because of their urban structure. And this has also to do with the fact that in the modernity, we have gone through specializations of professions. So once upon a time, an architect was taking care of the different scales, and now more and more we are looking at architects that are specialized only on single aspects, but this is like it's happening in the medicine, in which, you know, by dividing the body in so different parts of the body, sometimes we lose the capacity of seeing the overall thing. So I think that it's very important to always keep in mind that, you know, a single building, for me, it's interesting because of the relationship it creates in the urban fabric, and not just as a single building in itself, that maybe it's a beautiful object, but if it doesn't relate to the surrounding space, it's nothing. And sometimes, you know, just, and also, you know, nowadays we are still dividing, you know, we have the landscape architects that are taking care of nature, as if, you know, the architects should not take care of that condition also. I think that we need to have, again, holistic views and capacity of inserting the specific interventions into more strategic views, because even in terms of politics, you know, we can plan in a long term the transformation of our cities. It doesn't need to happen all at once, but we need to know that each single thing that we do is going to contribute to an overall thinking about the city, not just as a singular act.
Thank you. Anyone wants to jump in here? Andrew, maybe? Andrew is an urban architect, right?
Sure.
Andrew Canes is one of my colleagues at Temple University, amongst other programs where he teaches. Andrew?
Yeah, it's nice to join you. I agree with Alessandra in principle about all of that. And I think even architects are getting a little pooped with buildings. I think that the training that's going on now for architects in the United States is definitely heavily favoring an attention to urban design over the object building. And so, you know, the moment of the starchitect in some ways, I believe, is actually passing.
Okay. And what about the archaeologists? Because we, the archaeologists, often think that the architects, how would I say, mind too much our business. Per, what do you think as an archaeologist, but also as a global man?
I do think that...
I don't hear you very well.
Yeah, I do think, as I discussed in the paper today, that it is necessary to look at landscape sections when we do projects. So I agree completely with Alessandra. And I think that that should be the point of departure. And of course, with the awareness of that section exists in something to which we must relate. There has been some interesting examples of collaborations between archaeologists and architects and planners worldwide over the last decades. But in general, of course, it's still so that the archaeologist is only called in as a specialist to do a dig, nothing else. But I think Anna Frank, are you here, Anna? She is a landscape architect in Sweden, and we had the opportunity to do a project in the town of Kalmar at the coast of the Baltic in Sweden, in which the archaeologists were involved all from the beginning in a particular project on infrastructural change in a part of that town. So as archaeologists, we participated from the absolutely first step of discussion on what to do with that area. So our dig became a part of that plan, together with the planners from the municipality and the county, and architects and landscape architects and an artist. That was a very nice and interesting experience. And I do think we could use the information from the archaeological dig in a more productive way, in different ways to integrate it into the new environment because of this long and complex process we experienced together. So that was a good thing, and that type of project is what we should try to stimulate for the future, I think. We presented that also for one of the larger funds at the meeting, and they considered it one of the most interesting projects since it was so different in the Swedish context. In Sweden, sad to say, the technical universities cut off the history of architecture from the formation of the architect largely. It's only in the last couple of years that they have started to get that back into the curriculum. That was cut off and made into a special discipline called building antiquarians. And that was taught at other types of other parts of the universities. That was separated from the formation of the architect. And that was a very sad process. It's completely different in Italy. But I do think that this experience we had was a good one. I have participated in other experiences that were not that good, which the archaeologists were not really allowed to participate. And what we said was not listened to. We had a gigantic rescue archaeology operation in the town of Gothenburg, where I live and I work at the university. And it's about a town, the remains of a town from the 16th century, which was prior to Gothenburg, which is today situated within the city limits of Gothenburg. And that there was a gigantic project of infrastructural change in that area. They should change everything, stretches of railroad, the streets, new buildings, etc., etc. And below what was there before this transformation occurred was asphalt and buildings. Nothing of this town from the 16th century. So you couldn't see anything. And when we were first consulted, we recommended them to think about if they really wanted to finance a full-scale excavation of 1/3 of that old city, because it would be very expensive. But they wanted to do, it was about the cars again. There should be a certain amount of places to store the cars in relation to the amount of people that were to live in the new buildings. And it turned out that it was necessary to do subterranean garage facilities. And that meant we had to go very down in the building process. Because of that, we couldn't do limited damage to the old remains, and we had to exploit everything. And we tried to explain that it would be cheaper if they opted for the other way of working, but they couldn't. It was more important to have places to put the cars, imaginary cars for the future. So that was not a good experience in that sense, but of course it gave us a lot of archaeological evidence.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Tom, you had a question?
It was just a kind of an answer to what you suggested earlier, Jan, in a kind of dichotomy between archaeologists like yourself and architects like myself. Having collaborated with archaeologists, I've often felt like the architects were there to tell the archaeologists when to leave something behind, not just to dig until it was all gone. I mean, the Roman Forum wouldn't even be there anymore if the archaeologists kept digging. But the role of the archaeologists then is to tell the architects when not to build something just for their own ego, not to build something that wasn't necessary. So through the kind of collaboration that Per is talking about, ideally we rein each other in. We keep ourselves, we keep our devils out of play.
Alessandro?
Yeah, I got a comment on Alan's scenes. I'm not sure if Alan is here, but I'm going to record the audio here so I can send it to him, because there was a time, I don't know, that was 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that at the Studium Urbis, which is Alan's scene, has a ground floor of one of those medieval row houses in Rome. And in there, in that little narrow, dark space, he organized what he called the Studium Urbis, a place where he does exhibitions and lectures. So the speech was, done in the Studium Urbis. There was a time 10, 15 years ago, like we would get together at the Studium Urbis monthly or so and have these discussions, seminars, panels, book presentation, very, very exciting. Studium Urbis is also the medieval name of Sapienza University. So in a way, it was very nice to be there, with him. But then about the, Alan has shown us how the evolution of the urban form is complicated in Roman, medieval, Renaissance, modern, demolitions, rectifications, planned, formal urban spaces, tridents, bidents, symmetries, axialities. That was really illuminating. Thank you so much, Alan. I have recorded the voice here, so I can send it to you, Tom, and we can share it with Alan. I regret that I didn't go to the Studium Urbis in the past 7 years, because I'm not in Rome anymore. I was in Cyprus for 5 years and now 2 years in Istanbul. So I really miss Alan. Thank you very much.
I think that we have to move on, if I'm not mistaken.
Anna had a question, maybe.
Oh yes, Anna.
No, I just wanted to add very quickly something to addition to what Per said. That we were working together with a very interesting project in south of Sweden for 8 years, and there the archaeologists were able to come in and work with us during the planning process. I'm a landscape architect. Meanwhile, we were working with the detailed plan, and that is extraordinary and unusual. But that also demands a courage from the municipality. So it's work, and then demand another way of process, another way of working together, which is very uncommon, unfortunately. Otherwise, it's just the knowledge which is presented, but we are not able to integrate it in our design process.
Thank you, Anna.
Record the audio here so I can send it to him, because there was a time.
Got it. Shall we at this point move on? And I should give the floor now, I think, to Federica Visconti and Zeynep Ceylanli. So I'm going to mute myself.
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Hello. Thank you, Jan.
Hi, Zeynep. Hi, Zeynep.
Hello. So, Professor Visconti, I'm going to share my screen while you are introducing yourself and the session.
Yes. So, welcome to this session of the 8th Architecture, Archaeological and Contemporary City Planning Symposium. Thank you to OZG University to host us, even if I think it is really a pity that it wasn't possible to meet us in Istanbul, but next time. I'm Federica Visconti. I'm an associate professor in architectural and urban composition in the University of Naples Federico II. I'm the chair of this session that is about archaeology and the contemporary city. I think this is a very important subject today, especially in the Mediterranean context, where archaeology is not only a presence in a huge enclosure divided to the city, as for example in Pompeii, but really a presence in the body of the living city, as happened in Rome. And in some way, I think I read the abstract. This is a kind of a special session about Rome. I have to remember that each speaker can have the floor for 20 minutes maximum. And because we have a panel discussion after and we need to be really on time. So I don't know if the micro-chair want to introduce herself, but you probably know her, I don't know.
Yes, exactly. If you want, we can proceed with our first presenter.
And so the first presentation is by Jan Gadein, sorry for pronunciation, it's okay. The title is Past, Present and Future of the Aurelian Wall in Rome. Jan is a lecturer in topography and urban history of Rome, as well as in archaeology, art history and history of the Roman and post-Roman Mediterranean in many different universities. Member of Intorno alle Mura, a very active research group for the study and promotion of exactly the Aurelian Wall in Rome. That is the subject of his presentation. I leave the floor to Jan.
You are muted, Jan.
Not anymore, I hope.
Yes.
Perfect.
And now full screen. There we go. Past, present, and future of the Aurelian Wall in Rome. Contrary to the Colosseum, Rome's most famous and the world's best known monument, the walls of Rome are rarely on the to-do list of the visitors and inhabitants of the city alike. Only some of its gates may draw attention of the passers-by, mainly because they are obligatory passageways for those who mostly by car want to enter or exit the historical city. From that point of view, the role of the wall as a barrier or separator hasn't changed a lot over time, but with one big caveat today. Until the end of the 19th century, the urban fabric of Rome was entirely comprised within the Aurelian Wall, occupying an area that was but a third of the entire area comprised within the walls. Today, the city has expanded in a disproportionate way beyond the Aurelian Wall, consuming most of the Agro Romano that originally surrounded it. And the wall that was once the limit of the city is now sandwiched between the city of the past and that of the present. In this presentation, I will briefly discuss the history of the difficult relationship between the Aurelian Wall and the city. I will also present some recent initiatives to promote the Aurelian Wall as a public space and to raise awareness among the citizens of Rome itself about the extraordinary nature of this unique monument. In the course of its ancient history, Rome has had two major city walls. The first one dates to the 6th century BC and was rebuilt in the 4th century BC. It was made of volcanic stone, about 11 kilometers long, and included all 7 hills of the city, for an area of about 426 hectares. The wall took advantage of the natural slopes of the hills where this was possible, except in the northwestern part, where the terrain was flat. There, an agger was built, a combination of a trench and a wall of about 1.5 kilometers long that stretched from the Porta Collina, near the present Ministry of Finance, on the Quirinal Hill, to the Porta Esquilina on the Esquiline Hill, today near Santa Maria Maggiore. Only pieces of this wall have been preserved, the most important of which is the well-known section just outside the ticket office of Termini Station. By the end of the Augustan age, this archaic Republican wall had gradually lost its defensive purpose, and for another 300 years, no other wall was to be built around the city. Instead, a green belt of gardens gradually formed around its former perimeter, until in the late 3rd century AD, the Emperor Aurelian decided to build a new wall around the city that was finished under his successor Probus between 276 and 282 AD. This new wall was about 19 kilometers long, and the area inside was about 14 square kilometers big, similar to that of Constantinople included within the walls of Theodosius II. The Aurelian Wall included for the first time also a part of Rome on the other side of the Tiber, Trastevere. It further had 17 major gates and numerous posterns, and about 20% of the wall ran along the Tiber. Originally, the wall was about 6 to 7 meters high, and there was a perfectly vertical tower every 100 Roman feet. Most of the construction was in brick, whereas the gates were in travertine stone. The wall included also several pre-existing structures, such as the so-called pyramid or tomb of Cestius at the Porta San Paolo. Other incorporated constructions are the amphitheater of the Caesarianum Palace near Porta Maggiore, the barracks of the Praetorian Guard, and the substructures of the gardens of the Achilli family on the Pincio Hill. At the beginning of the 5th century AD, the Emperor Honorius raised the wall to its present height. On that occasion, several gates were restructured, notably the Porta Appia, now Porta San Sebastiano, of which the double passage was reduced to a single one. The lower part of the towers covered with marble, and their height raised by a third. Honorius also added an inner gate and courtyard to some of the existing gates, like the Porta Maggiore, Porta Appia, and on the image, Porta Tiburtina, as well as Porta Ostienses. Finally, a gallery was built on the inside of the wall. Honorius' intervention happened at a time that the population of Rome had started to decline. This process reached its low in the middle of the 6th century, when the Byzantines conquered Rome after a 20-year-long war against the Goths. It is generally assumed that Rome had lost 95% of the 1 million inhabitants that it used to have around 100 AD. And until the end of the 19th century, Rome barely occupied a third of the area within the walls, as I have already said. The urban landscape was thus profoundly transformed. The hills were abandoned and the inhabitants resettled in the bend of the Tiber, as well as around Santa Maria Maggiore and St. John in Lateran, and in a more scattered way along the main streets leading up to the gates of the Aurelian Wall. Most of the ancient urban fabric was transformed, repurposed, or became ruins and seemingly endless deposits of ancient materials. Still, some of the ancient infrastructure of Rome continued to fulfill the functions for which it had been built. Streets, bridges, aqueducts, and the Aurelian Wall still connected, supplied, and defended Rome and its inhabitants for several more centuries to come. Throughout the Middle Ages, Renaissance, and later, the wall was often repaired or restored. And because almost all its gates remained open, traffic that entered and exited the city continued to use the roads that had been built from the Roman age. But in 1527, Rome suffered one of the worst sacks of its history. For months, the city was plundered and its population terrorized and killed. The end of this nightmare changed the relationship of the wall with the city. Indeed, Pope Paul III decided to replace the entire Aurelian Wall with a completely new defense structure capable of resisting the new sieging techniques. However, unfortunately for us, only a very small part of the old wall was demolished and replaced by a new section between the Porta Ostienses and Appia in the south of the city, known as the Bastione Ardeatino. In the 17th century, Pope Urban VIII added a new wall on the other side of the Tiber, from the Vatican around the Gianicolo Hill to Trastevere and the Tiber, where a new gate, Porta Portese, was built. The new wall put the still existing Aurelian wall that you see between the two red rounds out of use, causing its gradual disappearance. The interventions of the 16th and 17th century illustrated how the Aurelian wall was no longer untouchable and offered a preview of what was going to happen in the 19th and 20th century. Between 1834 and 1838, Pope Gregory XVI ordered the demolition of the towers and the gates that Honorius had built around the double-arch structure at Porta Maggiore to reveal the original Claudian construction and the tomb of Eurysaces, also known as the tomb of the baker. Also in the 19th century, two other important instances of destruction of parts of the wall occurred, both of which related to the Risorgimento, the period of the unification of Italy. In 1848, the people of Rome proclaimed the Repubblica Romana, and the Pope fled to Gaeta. The French, allied with the Pope, attacked the city from the west with heavy artillery that severely damaged the Porta San Pancrazio, ancient Aurelia, to the extent that it had to be rebuilt after the return of the Pope to Rome in 1849. At the same time, also the remaining part of the Aurelian wall in Trastevere, that was within the perimeter of the wall of Urban VIII, was destroyed. The second episode from the Risorgimento was the attack of September the 20th, 1870, when the Italian troops made a breach in the wall near Porta Pia that allowed them to conquer the city and definitely end the papal rule of Rome. Also, Porta Pia was damaged and repaired afterwards. The breach was closed and a victory monument was placed in front of it. This event completed the unification of Italy, and Rome was proclaimed capital of the nation. The new status of Rome, the arrival of the national government, and its administrative apparatus caused a demographic increase and an intense building activity. Within a generation, the population of Rome had doubled, and the available space within the walls was filled with new constructions. This changed, once again, the relationship between the city and, in this case, not only the Aurelian wall, but also the archaic Republican wall. The archaic Republican wall had already suffered from the construction of Rome's first railway station. It now fell victim to the urbanization around the baths of Diocletian and the newly designed Piazza Vittorio Emanuele. The best preserved part of it, the Agher that I have already mentioned, was to a large extent destroyed. To complete the construction of the railway station and the development of the new residential areas to the north and the south of it. The few remains that are still visible today are hidden in the basement level of Termini Station and in the late 19th century urban texture of the Esquiline Hill. These are the red dots. Before 1870, the Aurelian wall ran through a countryside landscape of villas, gardens, vineyards, etc. By the turn of the century, the city as planned in the master plans of 1873 and 1883 was full, and the new master plan, presented by San Giusto de Teulada in 1908, addressed for the first time a planned urban development outside the Aurelian walls. Even if some of the development had already started, for instance, near Termini Station, where one of Rome's first low-cost residential neighborhoods, that of San Lorenzo, had been built. Contrary to many other European cities, Rome's city wall had not been demolished after the unification of Italy, because the military that administered the wall until 1901 preferred to maintain it for strategic reasons. When the administration of the wall was transferred to the city, its conservation was generally considered more important than its demolition. This did not imply, however, that the authorities had showed particular interest or concern for the wall. Indeed, already in 1897, after a section of the wall near Porta San Giovanni had collapsed, Rodolfo Lanciani wrote, "These noble walls, which have so often saved the city from pillage and destruction, on the face of which our history is written almost year by year, are now doomed to disappear. State and city have with equal promptness declined to undergo the expense of keeping them in repair." Looking at the expansion of the city just outside the walls at the beginning of the 20th century, one can see the rather radical way by which the wall was dealt with. To allow communication with the new quarters that rose outside the walls, numerous passageways were created. At times, these turned into full-scale demolitions, as was the case with the Porta Salaria in 1921. Another example of a large-scale intervention are the 4 monumental arches created for the passage of the Via dell'Impero, now Cristoforo Colombo, to connect the historical city with the venue for the World Fair 1942, now EUR. The opening of the arches not only destroyed part of the wall itself, but also one of its towers. Of a different nature, but no less destructive, was the bomb that in 1944 destroyed the wall between the Porta San Paolo and the pyramid, creating a passageway between the two monuments that was just way too convenient not to use for through-going traffic afterwards. The attitude towards the wall didn't change a lot after World War II. Big events like the Holy Year of 1950 and the Olympics of 1960 necessitated massive infrastructural and other interventions that also put a burden on the wall itself. Indeed, rather than to consider this an opportunity to better integrate the monument in the city, its existence was at the best tolerated, in most cases disregarded. So it had happened that the dirt road that once ran from Porta Flaminia at the foot of the Muro Torto to Porta Pinciana became part of an urban highway with 2 lanes on each side, making a walk along it impossible. A similar disregard for the wall is the transformation of Porta San Paolo and Porta Maggiore into banal traffic circles. Here, Porta San Paolo, and maybe even more dramatic, here, Porta Maggiore. At Porta Maggiore, more than 20 passages through the walls and aqueducts are used by mopeds, cars, buses, trams, a local train, and at their own risk, also pedestrians. In the battle between the value of the cultural heritage and the presumption of the contemporary city, it is quite clear who has won. Lack of respect for the wall is blatant at its most famous gate, the Porta San Sebastiano, or Porta Appia, and the nearby Porta Latina. One-way traffic can pass through the gates 7 days a week, endangering the lives of those who want to stop and have a closer look at the monuments. The situation at Porta Latina is tragicomical, because only a few weeks ago the road was repaved without any regard for pedestrians and cyclists. Interesting are also a number of other alternative uses of the wall. The wall as a perfect parking area, the wall as temporary housing, and the wall on the top right, the last remaining tower of the Aurelian wall along the Tiber, behind the former slaughterhouse of Rome, used as a big piazza where the small garbage trucks transfer their garbage into the big garbage trucks of Rome. The Aurelian Wall is a unique monument. The study of its building materials, construction techniques, inscriptions, crests, etc., tell us the story of Rome, from the end of the 3rd century to the present day. That is the reason for which I walk each semester with my students around the Aurelian Wall, as an introduction not only to the monument itself, but also to the two souls of Rome, that of the historical city within the walls and that of the modern city outside it. Still, the Aurelian Wall is a hard sell, especially when one tries to go beyond its apparent sole function as partitioned between the city within and the city outside the wall. So how can one raise awareness for the wall?
Yeah,
as so often.
Sorry to interrupt, but you have 1 minute left.
All right, maybe I can do it. As so often happens, it's negative events that wake up the authorities. In the case of the walls, the partial collapses in 2001, 2007, and 2017. These caused public outcry and coverage in the media. In the last master plan of Rome of 2008, the Aurelian Wall has been recognized as one of the 5 areas of strategic programming, and therefore of major importance for the requalification of the entire urban organism. The latest in the growing institutional interest is the creation of an office called Aurelian Wall at the Archaeological Agency of the city of Rome. In the meantime, because of the legendary slow speed at which the authorities work, several neighborhood associations have started to show interest in the wall, like the Comitato Mura Latine and the Intorno alle Mura, founded by Rosario Pavi, Professor Emeritus in Architecture of the Sapienza University in Rome, and of which I am also a member. We organize walks around the Aurelian Wall to make the monument better known to the citizens of Rome. The focus thereby is not only on the wall, but also on the urban expansion of Rome around it. The large number of participants show how big the interest is in the wall and the recent urban history of Rome as well. Following upon that, we published the map around the walls of Rome, archaeological and architectural itineraries, and are now working on a guide that wants to present not only again the wall, but also the modern city to the citizens. The Aurelian Wall is thus a unique and extraordinary monument, not only for its history, but also for its presence in the city of today. Its resistance to oblivion, neglect, mutilation, and discrimination throughout the history of Rome has earned it a new vocation as a grand, resilient public space within a new urban program of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan. We don't have enough time to discuss, but I hope at the end of the session. So the next speaker is Andrew Kranis. Andrew teaches architecture and urban design in Rome for Temple University, but also in some American universities. Many are his research subjects, and we are going to make a step from the ancient Rome to the contemporary Rome with a very famous building, Corviale, that Andrew in some way, I think, is going to interpret her as a Roman aqueduct. The title of his presentation is Corviale, Collective Anxiety, and I leave the floor to Andrew Kranis.
Hi, everyone. I'm just about to share my screen so that you can see what I see. Okay, let's hope we can line this up. Very good.
Good, we hear you loud and clear.
I beg your pardon?
We hear you loud and clear.
Great, thank you, Tom. And thank you, Jan and Tom, both for bringing the conference to my attention. It's a pleasure to present alongside you and all of the other esteemed colleagues here. I am indeed taking us far beyond the Aurelian walls, but perhaps if there's a link between the two, it is what Federica mentioned, which is that there is an analogy between this building that I'll be discussing for the next little while and the great monumental structures of ancient Rome. Although I must say that we are talking about a place that has very little to do with archaeological study and is a good 12 kilometers from the center of the city. I'm speaking about Corviale, otherwise known as Il Serpentone. And it is a single apartment building that stretches almost exactly 1 kilometer long And the reason it's of interest to me when I teach contemporary urbanism to my students at Temple and other programs is because it seems to be such an extraordinary emblem of what is thought to be by many the end of modernism. And it has a lot to do with the idea that architecture solves problems. This is a view of a kind of fantastical notion of what Corviale is or perhaps could be as a kind of freestanding object creating its own landscape. And indeed, in this view, you could say it looks a little bit like an ancient Roman aqueduct or the Aurelian Wall itself or the Great Wall of China. It is, in a nutshell, an absolutely enormous structure that was tasked with doing something it simply couldn't do. And so let's talk a little bit about the history of this structure and how it relates to Rome's urban development, but also speaks to 20th century notions of well-intentioned government programs. The analogy that I always bring to my students' attention is one to American public housing. I'm a native of New York City, very aware of what it's like to live amongst public housing projects. And there's a fantastic film which we often engage with during my class called The Pruitt-Igoe Myth, which is not set in New York, it's set in St. Louis, Missouri, but it deals with the idea of the large-scale public housing project, many of which in the mid-20th century are based on Corbusian ideas of towers in a park, somehow comes to be an emblem of the end of something rather than the beginning of something, intended to house great numbers of urban poor who were being essentially flung out of slum tenements during the height of the industrial period in the Midwest of the United States. It ends up failing catastrophically, and eventually by the 1970s is demolished in a very widely televised implosion. And that implosion, although that never happens to Corviale, is, I think, part of the signals that I want to try to send out when I'm presenting Corviale as an emblem, which is that it is considered by many to be a failure. And the question is it the architecture? In the post-World War II era, there is a great deal to be done in Rome to restore after the terrible physical and economic destruction of several years of battle. There are slums and shantytowns throughout the city, especially along lengths of the Aurelian Wall and the ancient aqueducts. And by the 1960s, there's an incredible left-wing movement afoot that ties itself to all sorts of progressive movements, but it takes the form in Rome of a protest about inadequacies in the infrastructure and housing for the urban poor, famously leading to the takeover of the architecture faculty of La Sapienza University in 1968, a kind of watershed moment for youth progressive activism that has ties certainly to objections to the Vietnam War, to objections to the kind of cascade of conservative policies that are starting to take root all around both Europe and the United States. And it leads indirectly, I would say, to the decision to begin a new program of public housing, one that had largely halted in the pre-World War II era, but that was clearly in need now with growing population, increased poverty. Where was everyone going to live? And it falls to the ICP or its successors, the AACP, which essentially is the public housing authority of the city of Rome, to put up the money to construct housing for the poor. And there is certainly a great history of this happening. In fact, we cover these in my course, but beginning in the early 20th century, there is the Testaccio neighborhood, which is allied with the slaughterhouses and is specifically geared to being housing for the folks who are working in the slaughterhouse. The evolution of the idea of the garden city is evidenced in Garbatella neighborhood, which begins in 1920. And although typologically vastly different from these two other public housing projects, the scope and the intent of Corviale indeed is the same, which is that there is a population in need directly tied to the evolution of industry in the city, to the urbanization, the re-urbanization that Jan Godina was speaking about in his talk. And it seems as though there is a modernist solution. So who to come up with that modernist solution? Well, there's a gentleman called Mario Fiorentini, who has a long history of compassionate architecture projects. Perhaps his best known work is creating a mausoleum known as the Fosse Ardeatine for a tragic and completely out of proportion attack on Italian citizens, many of them Jews, during World War II by the SS as retaliation for a relatively minor partisan attack on some SS guards, which then becomes one of the most interesting and kind of poignant monuments in the city of Rome. He designs this one in the late 40s, and then has a strong hand in the creation of another large collective housing project in the 1950s called the Una Casa Tiburtina, Tiburtino Public Housing Unit, which is basically an extension of the ideas of Garbatella. It's a small village of housing clustered around open plazas and garden spaces. And he is therefore poised to be selected in 1971 in the wake of these 1968 kind of upheavals to lead this new project. And instead of proposing some of the more historicist, some of the more, let's say, vernacularly Italian housing schemes that had been derived for earlier housing projects, he imagined something brand new. And the problem with what he imagines is that, number one, the space that's designated for it is extremely remote from the historic center. It has no existing urban context. It's basically out in the middle of farm fields, as you can see in that overview map on the right side. And the other major problem, and the one that links it to the failure of a lot of public housing in the United States, is that there are enormous political, social, and economic factors working against its success, irrespective of the architecture. Among these is the fact that there are 9 changes of government from the time that Fiorentino is commissioned to design the building to the time that it opens its doors to new residents. And so in addition to the sort of ping-ponging of public interest in these kinds of housing projects, which leads to an ebb and flow of budgets, inevitable delays, a lot of cheapening of materials, and so on and so forth, there is also the fact that Italy itself is changing. That by the late 60s, although there is significant industrial production in the city and this housing is intended for basically the blue-collar workers, Rome is no longer really an industrial town, if it ever was. And by the late 60s, Fiat and many of the other industrial corporations are laying off workers. There's significant unrest in the labor community. And at the same time, there's a growing interest in international travel. And Rome becomes in some ways the most emblematic destination city for American travelers, European travelers, and so on. And we enter in this moment of La Dolce Vita, in which the 1960s shows Rome as a glamorous city frequented by international Hollywood stars and the like. And what that means is that the economy that supported the idea of Fiorentino's building, which was an absolutely massive structure intended for 4,500 residents, the people who were destined to live in that house were of a different demographic by the time they got around to building it. And so this is part of the calamity that has little to do, arguably, with the style of the architecture, the decision about its location, and so on and so forth. This is a view of the building. And when I talk about collective anxiety, what I'm talking about, and I plan to spend most of the rest of my time taking you on a little tour of the structure itself, really has to do with the idea that collectivism is what generates the idea for Corviale, as it did all of the prior public housing projects and all of the publicly oriented federal programs that are initiated after the unification of Italy. The anxiety part, and I borrow this title from an author called Rhodes, who I cite in my abstract for this talk, speaks to the idea that suddenly we're not quite so sure we're all in this together. And this is the difficulty confronting Corviale as it emerges as a built object on the landscape. And before I go into my tour, I just want to explain, number one, where this is. And so I'm going to borrow the map here to take you out to Corviale as it sits underneath that red teardrop there, about halfway between the center of Rome's historic center and the sea. It's not quite out as far as the periphery ring road that more or less defines the contemporary notion of the historic center, but it's far out there. And in the 1960s, it was absolutely nowhere, in the sense that it was entirely surrounded by agrarian land. So the image I just showed you, particularly to the west of it, was almost entirely farmland. And what is urbanized since then to the east is largely a product of inevitable urban expansion since then. But the moment to consider at the time that we talk about this is the moment of its construction, in which, frankly, there weren't enough Italians to live in it. So its basic history has a lot to do with the fact that the sort of united identity that Italians might have had occupying this otherwise brand new kind of technological structure is largely eliminated by the time they open the doors. Those workers are no longer interested in working there, or living there, I should say, and who lives there over the period of time after its construction are largely immigrants, refugees from wars in Eastern Europe and the like. And this contributes to the idea that it is not essentially a successful community, but a repository for the undesirables of Roman society. Now I'm going to take you through the building by sharing a little clip that I made here. Here we go. Bear with me. And I hope you can still hear me. We're looking at the building from a distance, and its extraordinary kind of sectional rigidity is the thing that I always bring to my students' attention first. There are 4 bus stops that line the length of the building, and to get there takes about 35 minutes by bus from the center of the city. It's in itself kind of an exhausting ride, and when I take the students out there, we always need a bit of a rest, but it's also a daunting place to enter. It's a building that is largely built using exposed concrete exteriors, a sort of brutalist architecture. And the aspect of it is monumental and intimidating. There's no getting around the idea that this was built to be bigger than the humans inside of it. And the sense that you get walking through there, whether you see many people there or not, is that it could almost never feel crowded. And indeed, it never really did. It rarely has achieved capacity of residents. And what we're looking at there is the floor just above what was known as the Piano Libero. The Piano Libero was conceived to be a kind of street in the air. The building actually is, I'm sorry, I haven't got a section to show you, but it's a very interesting composition in which the 11 stories are broken up into 2 stories of parking on the ground, 4 stories of residences, a Piano Libero or free floor in which was meant to be lined with shops, public gathering spaces and the like, and then a resumption of the residential floors all the way up to the 11th. The difficulty there is that with that low capacity of occupation, they really never got shops open in there, and that means that that Piano Libero becomes a massive squat, a kind of unsafe space in the middle of the building. But as you look out to the west, you see it's a sort of an agrarian landscape, and then what you get on the inside is an air shaft lining open gallery corridors, a kind of monotonous, interminable hallway that runs a full kilometer long and expresses an idea that somehow everybody gets the same thing. Except what ends up happening, because there are so few people living in it, is there's a kind of lawlessness about the occupation of the building, and constructions like the one you're looking at there end up kind of cropping up as people's claimed extra space. So someone's here built a wall across the corridor and created a kind of little sheetrock storage area that interrupts that endless corridor. Who's there to enforce it? Nobody. So to move through the building is a bit of a challenge. We climb stairs, we look across prospects, we try to see where there's an open passage. And it's illuminating to understand how this was in some ways intended to be the ideal for public housing for a long period of time. And for many, in fact, it was, because what it represented was the opportunity to move out into the fresh air, out into the open countryside, spectacular views, a kind of a stunning vista of the Apennine Mountains in the distance, and the possibility of living in a kind of unified community. And what I tend to do when I visit the building is try to get up to the top as quickly as possible so that you can understand the scale of the whole project. One can actually look back from the roof of this building and see the cupola of St. Peter's, for example. And here I stop to take a look around at one of the examples of a kind of stubborn community spirit. There's a gentleman living on the 10th floor of this building who I've got to know over the years, who has dedicated himself to plantings, creating a community garden on the roof. Not that many people use it, honestly, but his idea here is to revive the sense of community that was never really built into the project. What instead prevails, I would argue, is a sense of almost imprisonment out in the far reaches of the city. There are efforts, however, sporadic, to bring a little bit of light and creativity into this environment. And it suggests that some of the hope of the 1960s hasn't entirely perished at this point. What we're looking at is a kind of a gantry passage over the roadway that runs the length of the building toward its major infrastructure, including the police station and a section of the state medical facilities. And this has been emblazoned with murals, street art, and the like in one of the most spectacular displays of a kind of embrace of what it almost looks like an urban archaeology site here, to create something new. And so I'll conclude by saying that there was something in mind in the 60s and the creation of this building that perhaps didn't fulfill its promise, but that when one goes out there, there's also always signs of hope and optimism there. It indeed is a home for many people, and it provokes what I feel can be an interesting conversation about indeed what architecture can do with respect to solving social problems. And so I'll leave it there, and perhaps we'll have a few minutes for conversation.
Thank you very much. An utopic architecture, well, I don't know if it was a success, but I think probably for reasons that are not related to the quality of the architecture. But we can talk about this subject after. Now we have a team, Francesca Montanaro, Giorgio Verdiani, Andrea Pasquali, and Ilenia Ricci. They are a team from the University of Florence with different rules. They are all involved in various laboratories on cultural heritage and digital media. I think in some way Giorgio is the team leader because he's an associate professor at the University of Florence, but I think they decided to leave the floor to the youngest of the team, that is Francesca Montanaro.
Perfect. Thank you for the nice introduction. And I will just spend a very few and short words about the activity in Rome. So if Francesca starts with the sharing of the screen. Yes. Perfect. It is loading. Perfect. Thank you. So this work is about the Aurea Agrippiana in the Roman Forum. And with the occasion, I have to thank Alessandro Kamitz and Tom Rankin and Dora Perone for the idea and the contribution and support during this work that is still ongoing, because we are getting ready to start the new summer school in next June in the same area, and to integrate the survey and extend the documentation of that part. And the very initial idea came from ISAR and from Osegin University to support this summer school in the past year, just in the middle of the pandemic event. So the workshop was online, but the survey was obviously in place. And it was the occasion to capture this area with digital technologies and then start a work about reconstruction, digital, virtual reconstruction of that part. And so from this point and on, I pass the speech to Francesca for the description of this work. Thank you.
Thank you, and hi everybody. And this is the slideshow is a part of the work of my currently doing for my master thesis in architecture, and is based on the analysis and the remains of the Aurea Agrippiana in the Roman Forum. And the origin of Rome lie in the myth, and it is necessary to investigate a particular place called Foro Romano and to better understand there. And the area is between the three hills of Palatino, Capitolino, and Esquilino, and this was chosen by the inhabitants as center of their business and markets. And environment was harsh, but during the 7th century before Christ, Tarquinio Prisco built the Cloaca Maxima and the tufa pavements of the main square, crossing point of important streets such as Via Sacra, the Vicus Tuscus, Clivus Capitolinus, and this is the beginning of the life of the Roman Forum. And Roman Forum was considered the heart of Rome, and it was used for public speeches, business dealings, religious ceremonies, and Roman architects were greatly influenced by classical Greek art. However, the Romans also created their own signature structures, such as basilicas, triumphal arches, domus, baths, and amphitheaters. And during the Middle Age, the Great Roman Forum was reduced to a pasture for grazing animals, and the area became known as Campo Vaccino and was essentially an overgrown, neglected field. And ruins of the Roman Forum was inspirational for the artists, such as the famous artist Giambattista Piranesi, created a set of etching of views of Rome, such as the one you can see here. And inside the Roman Forum, one of the most important structure is the Aurea Agrippiana, between the Church of Santa Maria Antigua and Church of San Theodore, and near the important street Vicus Tuscus. Our room was a type of public warehouse used during the ancient times, and Latin term is often used referring to granaries, and Roman aurea instead are used to store any kind of goods, such as oil, wine, clothing, and etc. And the first aurea was built under Gaius Gracchus in 123 before Christ, and the Aurea Agrippiana was built for Augustus during the 1st century before Christ by architect Marco Vespasiano Agrippa, friend and supporter of the emperor. By the end of the imperial period, the city of Rome has nearly 300 aurea to supply its demand. And the aurea Agrippiana is nearby the Vicus Tuscus, that an ancient Etruscan road, one of the most important streets for merchants and market that connected the Tiber River and to Roman Forum. And today, the Aurea Agrippiana, this is the Aurea Agrippiana today, and this is in this picture we analyze the historical investigation, and we can observe the historical phases of the building. And in the first phase, and the 1st century before Christ, this is the construction in the Augustan age during the 1st century before Christ by Agrippa, and the remain of this period are the tufa dividing wall. And after the 2nd phase is during the Domitian era, and on the northeast side, the brick wall replaced the previous tufa one, and that was probably damaged by Neronian fire in 64 AD. And the 3rd phase, during the Antoninus age, the Sacello was built and dedicated to Genius Aureorum Agrippianorum, and we can find the signs of this celebration in the interior, where there are remains of the votive statue, And during the first century, also as mosaic floor with plants and marine motifs was added to. And the fourth phase during the first century AD, the courtyard presents a set of stairs, and with a double-faced masonry and a vaulted cover. And these are very simple spaces for commercial purpose or used as animal shelter. In the last phase, the Alps fountain was built, but it's the starting of a progressive abandonment of the area. And we analyzed the masonry typology and the building technique. We can say that change progressively with the passing of the time. And the original wall and partition of the celle are made in Ananian tufa blocks, assembled with the technique called opus quadratum, and used in Rome since the 6th century. And after the construction of the Domitian wall is made in opus testatium with bifedalis, and there are two other types of opus testatium in the sacellum and in the pillars. And in the courtyard, few walls are made in opus vitatum, also called opus listatum. And the buildings in the courtyard are double-faced wall composed by undercooked yellow bricks on the exterior facade and irregular small blocks on tufa interrupted by a free bricks courses on the interior facade. And we can observe various types of restoration, different periods with different materials. After, during the workshop, the International Summer School in Architecture in the Roman Forum, the digital survey was produced with a laser scanner Zeta plus F imager 1516. And with it, we measured fine details and captured free-form shapes to quickly generate a highly accurate point cloud. After the point cloud were processed with Autodesk Recap and to be then used drawing programs such as Autodesk AutoCAD. And the next export from Recap produced a unique file in RSP format, which can be opened with other programs such as AutoCAD. And with it, section and plane were produced with accurate dimension of the building. And after, to increase and accelerate the survey process, we used photogrammetry, and with a camera Nikon D815, we had a total of 1899 pictures in various locations around the ruins, and with an accurate final result of a 3D mesh. And with this process, a plan was produced, and in this plan we can observe that I measured with meters and pedes, because the basic unit of Roman linear measurement was in pes, Roman foot, or plural pedes, and the metrologists have come to different conclusions concerning its exact length, and varying between 29.1 and 29.7 centimeters. In this study, the value used is the 29.5 centimeters. And this is the photogrammetry of the plan. Some graphic renders from the point cloud. This is the southeast elevation And in this, the major height of the complex is 18.3 meters. And after we have the photogrammetry, also the graphic renders of the reality capture. And this is the northeast elevation, that the Domitian Wall. And in this, the elevation, we can observe that the point of highest elevation is at 29.68 meters. And this is the photogrammetry. Okay, sorry. In Rome, we find the area in Settimio Severo's marble plan, but only remains and ruins are left. And the best preserved area to analyze are in Ostia, and the main property is composed by a courtyard surrounded by celle and organized in a comb, and where goods were stored. And analyzing these three examples, we can observe how progressing through the centuries, the courts are reduced in size and become smaller and smaller. And the materials used sage as well. For example, the area of Hortensius, the materials the tufa, and the celle is opus reticulatum. And in the Piccolo Mercato, the materials is opus mixtum. And in Orrea Pagatiana and Epaprolitiana, the material is opus latericium. And in Orrea Agripiana, is the tufa blocks. For the reconstruction, we analyzed the archaeological remains, and in this case, the Corinthian half capitals made of travertine and raised up from quadrangular blocks, and the design is similar to the capitals of the Forum of Augusto. And for the pillars of the porch, made of travertine, and the pillars of the ground floor have a depth of 0.9 meters, and on the first floor they have a depth of 1.20 meters. And after we have the threshold made also of travertine, and the entrance to the room were closed by wooden panel fitted into grooves in the threshold. And we have the mezzanine in the cell, the holes in which the beams for the mezzanine were recessed, and an elements dedicated for shop and commercial building could be used as warehouse, but in general used to increase space. And this is a topology of cell with a mezzanine and upstairs. And after, for the reconstruction, we analyzed the historical traces on the wall, on the Domitian wall, and we can see the arch mark the different floor levels, and the ground floor is 7.7 meters in height, and the first floor is 7.37 meters, and the last floor are about 4 meters in height. And thanks to these traces, we can presume the original structure of the complex of Orrea Agripiana, composed by 4 levels, and probably with a trussed roof and tiles. And a courtyard we can see composed by Corinthian columns, and this is a view 3D model by Reno. And this is we can see the 3D view to use it for the virtual reconstruction. And this is the virtual reconstruction. The reconstruction now is work in progress. But with the Rhino 3D model was optimized with Unreal Engine, a software for the creation of virtual space. And after the 3D model will be texturized, and live study and the virtual tour will be carried out. And thank you for your attention, and for more information, contact us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I saw Giorgio and his team at work in Camerino, and I know how much his work can cooperate in the process of knowledge, but then and does in the project of the cultural heritage. So really thank you. And the next
thank you a lot.
The next speaker is Tom Rankin. I don't want to tell many things about his biography. He's a founding member of ISAR, a non-profit organization dedicated to architecture, art, and archaeology in Rome, and former director of the association Tevere Eterno Onlus. So in some way, using the title of a famous film with Alberto Sordi of some years ago, is an American in Rome. So I leave the floor to Tom.
Thank you, Federica. And yeah, I've been participating in various guises in the conference, so I've certainly already been introduced. And the Horia Agrippiana has been well introduced at this point with the guided tour that Dora Cinoni gave us earlier, and then Francesca's in-depth look. And so now we're going to move on to look at some design projects that were proposed in last year's summer school in the Horia Agrippiana. And so let me just pull up my screen. You should be able to see the slide, the stratigraphic ramp. And let me full screen this. So what I'm going to do is tell you about the design workshop, which was actually designed by myself, Alessandro Cames, and a number of other people as a kind of collective exercise to use for didactic purposes in this 10-day summer school. We were divided into teams. So the particular team that I was assigned to, named after the great German traveler, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, was tutored by myself and Simge Alak, who is now a graduate of Osijek University. And the students, Kantamir Gushapsha, Miliana Zizkovic, Seval Kalechipli, and Mariam Sandu, with the exception of Miliana, who is from Belgrade in Serbia. The others are all students, at the time were all students at Osijek University. And the task that we gave this team was to create a socially distanced antiquarium for archaeological finds. So it's kind of like the old warehouse would become a new warehouse. And in fact, when we first went to the site to begin the excavation, we discovered that one of the illegal vendors who sells hats or umbrellas was actually using the Horia to store his wares. So maybe it's never stopped being a warehouse. This design task involved a temporary site, temporary shelter, but also a place to work. So it was about protecting the finds, giving shelter for the archaeologists. And since we as a team have been working there every summer, we know very well what's needed. So security, shade, water, things like that. But it's also for the visitors. So we asked them to design pathways, lighting, signage. Think about shade, think about visibility, reflection. And then because this was happening during the pandemic, we asked to think about social distancing in accessing the structure. Today, when Dora and I were on site, I think we saw 5 tourists. So social distancing isn't an issue now, but the forum gets very crowded. Specifically, we asked them to make places for washing finds, for storage, for a workspace, also with computers. It needed to be energy independent. There's no electricity to plug into there, so off the grid. But we did also want water. Washing is very important. So that was the task. The site you know very well now, between the Palatine Hill and the Roman Forum, the Horia Agripiana. We zoom in on it here in a map which is partially based on the Lanciani plan, with the red square here on the yellow square showing more or less the geometric square of the Agrippa. This map is good because it also shows the Cloaca Maxima, the drainage tunnel which drained water from the Roman Forum out and towards the Tiber River. And so I'll tell you a bit about the process, then I'll show you quickly what the students came up with. And after a few conclusions, if I have time, I also want to share with you a video about the general overall summer school. So we met virtually using Zoom, Google Meet, but very much using the Google Jamboard. A lot of the drawings that you'll see were drawn in real time on a shared platform. So we were drawing on top of each other's work, sketching while somebody else was making comments. And some of the key words which came out, you see them here in the tag cloud. It needed to be modular, reversible. We followed Cesare Brande's principles of restoration about reversibility, minimum intervention, recognition of what the new intervention was. Something that came out early in the discussions, which I thought was quite important, was that we wanted to shed light on all of the different interpretations, not privilege a single historic period or a single interpretation. We understand that as time goes on, people often change their minds about things. And so we wanted to leave it open for that. And we also wanted to reveal the different layers. So to quote urban thinker Saskia Sassen, to make visible the obscure, what's maybe hidden from view. Literally in archaeology, we wanted to make those traces visible. So in our work in methodology, a lot of this was about drawing over the site. And I'll mention that at the time we began this workshop, we didn't have Giorgio Verdiani's wonderful digital survey and point cloud. We were working with pretty simple documents, which was great because it left things loose. And as the process went on, we received updated, more precise information in order to test our hypothesis. That was actually a perfect parallel collaboration with the survey team. In the process, we pretty early on started looking at, let's say, a flexibility system, a site system, which would involve pieces, almost camping style, which could be placed on the site, moved around. So one team member, I think it was Mariam, was working on the site system and the structures. And then the overall site, as you can see in this image over here on the right, the diagram on the right, the people from the street, the panoramic view, the top level, which is up here in the modern city fabric, that is separate from and above by a distance of about 7 or 8 meters, the archaeological level. You can see it here in the plan with the folding temporary working units up above. The brown area shows a wooden pathway, which was one of the critical moves, making a kind of a boardwalk to direct the visitor through the site and to raise them up above the difficult and dangerous terrain. And then a ramp that you see in orange, which begins to connect these two different topographic levels, bring you up to the Palatine Hill. And in the center there is the actual pavilion. You can see traced here in yellow, basically the outline of the Horia, and you'll notice that part of it is buried underneath the modern city. So we wanted to save the possibility of future ongoing excavations under that. So even underneath the modern street, San Teodoro, there's a site for possible excavations. And the orange line there shows you how the ramp would bring people up through the pavilion and on their way up through the site. These drawings show you, again, the difference between the archaeological level below, the modern street above, the pavilion, and the ramps in between, the boardwalk, the modern street, which butts out into the geometry of the archaeological park to allow a viewing platform without entering. So, I mean, a lot of what we discussed was how can people in the city today have more overlap, more interaction with the archaeological park without actually paying an entrance and going down into it? You know, how could we blur the boundaries a little bit? And then the ramp system, which brings you up underneath that platform through the pavilion and up to the Palatine Hill. So that's in a nutshell the basic concept. Now the building systems, I'll touch on briefly. The modular system, the key here was to use a material which would be lightweight, non-intrusive, so wood. And I always think that something that can be brought in without heavy equipment is key. Brought in on, you know, work person's back and disassembled just as easily. So not leaving any permanent mark on the site. Structures which sit carefully without weighing on the site. And then we discussed at length other materials, so corten steel as something which could protect the building, but also give it a sense of blending with the brick of the wall system, and glass. I remember these heated discussions about reflective glass and the role of reflection, potentially giving optical illusions about the scale of the site. So some really good discussions for a short workshop. And here we see some of the results of this modular system, the metal ramp going up through it, and essentially the lower floor of the pavilion was dedicated to workspace. Here, I'll move into the plans here. The working area for the archaeologists, and the students were very, very generous, giving us actual changing rooms and offices and all, far more luxurious than any archaeologist has ever experienced, I'm sure. But this was on the ground floor, and this plan doesn't really show the pathway which would go along outside this, but we like the idea that the public could kind of look in at the work area, not the changing room of the archaeologists. And then the upper floor is for exhibitions. So people get up there, they're halfway between the modern city and the archaeological level. And this is where they could see out over the site. And the ramp would, I think I'll show you the ramp system here, passing through that, stopping at the exhibition, and then continuing on up. We called this project the stratigraphic ramp because going up kind of allows you to see the different strata as you go. And here we see the elevation, structure being wood, but then wrapped in a lightweight metal and glass. Yeah, I think I'm going to move to the conclusion then. The section here, so you see the modern street on the left, we see our two floors, the working space below, the exhibition space above, and the terrace on the roof of that. So the general public up on top, the privileged public who are going through the site down below that. And then we even proposed, and this, you know, archaeologically it was questionable, but if we were to ever go down below that and have another excavation level, then these movable pieces, site equipment could be used down there. And the boardwalk would allow a safe walkway with railings and shade for the general public up above that. At this point, we had the digital survey, we had the photogrammetry, so we could start being more precise. In conclusion to this, what we decided was, yes, contemporary architecture can play a role in Rome's archaeological parks, and that's good. It should provide access, shelter, and then these multiple but open viewpoints. So being, let's say, non-didactic, we don't want to give people one view and say this is the only place to see it from, but give them multiple points of view so they can make their own, draw their own conclusions. that again, architecture can make visible obscure traces. So reveal them, and they can simultaneously, as Sigmund Freud dreamed about, simultaneously see different periods, different interpretations, different realities. That's a reference to Civilization and Its Discontents, where Freud talked about Rome as the psyche. The intervention should simultaneously protect the archaeology, but it should also connect people to the archaeology and the archaeologists. So that's a kind of dichotomy, that everything in the site should be temporary, removable. And then the most important one, I think, is that the architecture shouldn't call attention to itself. And we might critique the project saying, well, it sort of did in the end. As much as possible, it should disappear. Okay, and I'm going to disappear at this point. So I'm done with the presentation of this, but I want to take my extra 4 minutes here to share with you a video which was made kind of to share the crazy experience of the summer school last year. So let me pull that up. And this has sound, so I'm going to mute myself in just a second. This will last 4 minutes. Let me know if the audio doesn't work when it's on.
But it is all happening inside a room. So we designed a virtual room, and you are now in the Aula Cesare Brandi.
Professor, are you there?
I will be moderating here from the Roman Forum.
I would like to express my best wishes on behalf of students.
What you see here behind, it's the Basilica Julia. So we are in the Roman Forum.
From archaeology and architecture to cultural economy.
So the question is, we should demonstrate what is the value of heritage.
Darkness is not a problem because the laser beam has all the light it needs for the scan.
Il titolo del libro è Roma, la città dei fori.
Okay, so this project proposal by Luigi Francesini, and
thank you very much for inviting me.
The archaeologists have carried out another project, the excavation.
Okay, just try to click somewhere.
Good morning, everyone. We are live right now from the Roman Forum.
We're going to begin up here on top of the Palatine Hill. We're at the highest point in central Rome.
Yes, and now we are entering in the area that now you. Okay, in the middle of the courtyard was built this little shrine.
You see they're setting up their laser scanner now. And
you there.
Because the area that we're working on is very low.
Hello to each of the students who I see have joined us. I'm really only concerned with the plan right now. So I'm looking at the line. I know that there's a parapet wall here, and then it drops down to this lower ground level down there.
Be in a position where you can kind of see me sketching, and you can see what I sketched.
And it's been great getting to learn it this week, because obviously we couldn't be there, but being able to be part of this process has allowed us to really envisage what it would be like to be in the Hora.
I don't want to say I like more days of that. I think the experience as a whole is very interesting.
It's a good idea. Professor Barbera and Meo Grossi have rightly emphasized the importance of the Palatine Hill.
What I really appreciated that all of the projects actually respected the site.
I think from the very beginning,
both of these two issues about the permanent and the temporary building, it's a big bite for 10 days.
You can see that video and others on the ESAR YouTube channel. So that also acts as a bridge to the next presentation, where we're going to see another of these projects. And I see I've filled up my time, so thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tom. I saw many friends in your video, and I saw happy students in beautiful places. We really need to come back to do this kind of activities as soon as possible. And so last, but obviously in this case not least, Alessandro Kamitz and Odzje Odzkovanci. I hope I pronounce quite well. Any introduction is not necessary, but Alessandro Kamitz is a PhD in the University of Rome, and now is associate professor in the university that is our host, Odzje University in Istanbul, where he is the director of the Laboratory of Dynamic Research on Urban Morphology. And Odzje is a PhD candidate and a member of this group. So I leave the floor to both.
Yeah, thank you so much, Federica. A note, we're in this very moment live streaming on the ESAR Facebook.
Yeah.
We're live streaming on YouTube, but that is being redirected on the ESAR page of Facebook. So I'm going to give the methodological framework of the project, and Odzje is going to show the project. If you would like to share the screen, yeah, thank you very much. So this is another project done within the International Summer School in the Roman Forum, Horea Agrippiana, and we are repeating the experience. And so it's a socially distanced antiquarium in the Horea Agrippiana, by doing this antiquarium, we are designing the western edge of the Roman Forum, the connection between the archaeological area and the contemporary city. And this was done in group with Odzje and some students. We will mention their names in one of the following slides. Thank you. Can you go to the next one? Now, one note is about this online experience of the summer school, which we designed having in mind the medieval classroom. History can sometimes inspire future. Medieval classroom, you know, this is, who is this guy? Henry from Germany, who is delivering his lecture in University of Bologna, alma mater. You might notice women sitting in the classroom. That's quite different from religious schools that were cathedral schools or Quranic school. University is a medieval institution established for free and equal people. Nevertheless, let's go to the next one. The classroom was replaced by a virtual classroom, and the cathedra, where the teacher is sitting over there, is replaced by a virtual cathedra, which is each one of them dedicated to a different person. You have seen the cathedra Goethe, that was directed by Tom Rankin, and we were in the cathedra Andrea Palladio, as Palladio has surveyed many buildings in the Roman Forum. And there was one dedicated to Giacomo Boni with Giorgio Verdiani, and one with Munoz, Mancini, and Nolli with Griffo. Each one of these individual, we use Google Meet for those, had a cathedra in the form of a Google Jamboard. Let's go to the next one. And this is a social distance antiquarium. The brief was already explained by Tom, but I would like to underline here the energetically independent idea of designing a pavilion which is off the grid. Let's go to the next one. Now, there's a long ongoing debate about the position of this fragment, 5A, B, C, D of the stamp for numbering of the forma urbis. Some people say it's supposed to be on the celium, but I think it's supposed to be here because it says Clivius Victoria. You see Victoria there in that upper corner, clearly underlining its position. Lanciani has had placed it properly. Let's go to the next one. And we did place it properly. So the Horrea is also representing one of the fragments of the forma urbis, giving us one possible option for the design. Let's go to the next one. And so that is the position of the Horrea within the early Republican asset of that area. Please notice the Pons Sublicius connecting the 13th and 14th region. There's a Pons Sublicius in Constantinople also. We will talk about this in our presentation on Thursday. And that is the fragment. Let's go on to the next one. So the area we are designing is not only connecting the modern city with the Forum. You see over there the wall separating the modern city right there from the area of the Forum, which is 5 meters below. It is also connecting that part with the Palatine Hill and the Imperial Palace is up there, which is 15 meters above. Let's move on to the next one and clean my drawings, otherwise it get really messy. But in this area, we can recognize two main directions. One is that of the Via Sacra and the Basilica Iulia and Basilica of Maxentius, the Temple of Venus in Rome, and the Colosseum, which is outside of the slide. One main direction, and most of the buildings in that part of the Republican Forum are following that one. And the other one, rotated of 23 degrees, corresponding to the main orientation of the Domus Augustana and the Palatine Hill. And the Horrea is following that second direction, creating that strange angle there between the two buildings. Let's go to the next one. These are the three areas that were excavated by the ISAR in the last years, and 3 different projects, but they're now focusing on the area in blue, creating some kind of a path. Even though the pavilion was designed only for the last section of the Horrea, we were thinking of the entire sequence. Let's go to the next one. So these are the 2 directions. These 2 directions seems to be connected according to the description given by Titus Livius about the foundation of Rome. Romulus, who was an augur, made 2 different spectio from the Auguraculum Capitolinum. He observed the sky and understood the day of the foundation, depending on the, some celestial alignments, and moreover, that the direction of what was supposed to be traced on the ground, the Roma Quadrata. It is known that the Spectio Capitolina, corresponding to the Via Sacra more or less, but moreover to the Colosseum and the Temple of Venus in Rome, does correspond with the position of the sun set on April 21st, 753. The Spectio Palatina instead is aligning the position of the Temple of Jupiter on the Alban Hills. Nevertheless, the Horrea is in a way behaving as a hinge between those 2 directions with an angle of 23 degrees. Let's move on to the next one. And so we asked our students during summer school to quote words from Brandi's work. And this is the word cloud from that experience. So our class, our summer school was based on a number of theoretical works. One is that of Brandi, Theory of Restoration. Let's move on to the next one. And so the main point is, if we are building something in the Horrea, we are inevitably rebuilding the Horrea, even though maybe not with the same form, maybe not with the same material, but it is a reconstruction. We are providing a new warehouse in the position of the old warehouse, as Tom has just mentioned. Therefore, we ask ourselves, should we build our new pavilion following the form of what was there before? Should we reconstruct the Horea? And how should we do this? And we understood it should have been following the principles of restoration, reversible, compatible, distinguishable, following the minimum intervention, and also applying the notion of frame and background and foreground to design. We also asked ourselves if we should display the fragment or maybe a copy of the fragment of the Forma Urbis somewhere in the pavilion. And also, should we design the pavilion using the same rhythm, symmetry, and proportions of the Horea? Because we are reconstructing the Horea, even though not in the the virtual reconstruction we have seen is the historical reconstruction. We're not doing a historical reconstruction, but still we are reconstructing the idea of a warehouse there for the archaeologists, of course. Let's go to the next one. And this is the team. So we, me and Özge Özguvenci, working with Cemre Uzlu, Tayfun Karabayrak, Muge Elmas, and Azra Ural. All these are students from Ozegin, if I'm not mistaken. And let me show you this very interesting thing. If you continue that direction, you get the Piazza Campidoglio, whereas you take the other one, the Via Sacra, you get that angle of 23 degrees. So that angle of 23 degrees is not only the angle between the two spectio, but it's also the angle that Michelangelo interpreted in a way. And we know that the same angle of 23 degrees is used in the rotation of the Centuriazio in different areas. Given this brief introduction, I'm going to pass the floor to Özge for the explanation of the project.
Yeah. Our project had three aims, which are finding a solution to the level difference between the ground level of the contemporary city and the archaeological excavation area, and providing a workspace to archaeologists and designing a continuous visitor path starting from the Roman Forum and connecting to the stairs that reach the Palatine Hill. In the first step, we focused on designing the antiquarium as if it was a part of Aurea Agripiana to provide compatibility, but to design it in a contemporary language to keep its recognizability as a later addition. So it is not aiming to build a Aurea Agripiana, but to build an antiquarium. Since each architecture monument exists together with its environment, it requires the conservation of surrounding elements by the minimum intervention. So to establish its connection with the contemporary city, we focused on locations of two main elements, which are the rotation of Aurea Agripiana and the current situation of Vicus Tuscus. On the right, that you can see the hypothetical reconstruction of Aurea done by Cirone, De Cristofaro, Di Monte, and Bartoldi. While the upper part of the plan is still partially standing, the other part is covered with vegetation and the Via de San Teodoro that is on the left side. So we take the shape and the dimensions of that missing part as the base of the design to create a gate connecting the forum area, the Aurea, and the Via de San Teodoro, which aims to be a continuous transformation of the urban forum. Here we have an outline of the project showing the relation of the building with the ground. That color is representing the remnants of Aurea on the ground. While the path is acting as a connector, the building welcomes the visitors coming from the forum with an excavation area. And also it contains a laboratory and a storage area for the excavations. All three floors are connected with an elevator and staircase for providing an entrance to area from the level of the contemporary street. And the path continues through the walkable ground of Aurea Agripiana and ends with a small hut for answering the need of storage during the excavations on one side, and the other path connects to the road that leads to Palatine Hill. And we avoided using fragile materials such as paint, plastic, and glass for minimizing the need of maintenance, and preferred cotton steel cladded steel structure for achieving a reversible touch with a detachable structure, which has a contemporary figure that will hide itself in an environment where similar colors are in play. The dimensions of the cladding is designed with respect to dimensions of the stone used in the construction of Aurea Agripiana, and for this, and our design solutions, we largely benefited from the survey campaign done by the group of Professor Verdiane. So in the section that you see on the right, we can see the scale of the building is in respect to the level of the first floor of Horea, while doing minimum intervention to the ground underneath that have archaeological remains. The building is not excavating the ground, and it's extending until the part where the ground level is starting to get higher, that you can see here. And on the street level, the antiquarium is visible only as a gate to the excavation site. And the path is designed as a detachable structure for partial removal in case of future excavations in the site. It takes the locations of remains into consideration, and the fence protects the site, turns into only a metal rod for providing a visibility. Also, the remains which are in the project area are kept in their exact location, being visible in the portico, you see here, under the terrace, protecting them from the rain. And also the terrace provides shadow to people and holding solar panels directed according to the location of building for supplying the need of electricity and lighting, plus providing a side point to the excavation site on the right. And we thought that the parts of this path reaching to the rooms of the Horea can be used for displaying larger remnants found in the area in the exact location that they were found. So we were not there physically, but by heart, thanks to the organization team of the workshop. We are looking forward to joining the next edition. Thank you for listening.
So, Oski, can you share the screen again? We got 6 more minutes. We can talk a little bit more here about the project. So, as you can see, this project is, let's talk about the form. Starting from the form of the Horea, its rhythm, its symmetry, its proportion, providing a contemporary design which is clearly distinguishable. It's not, nobody could think this is old and ancient. But the composition of the project was done using the symmetry, rhythm, proportion, and alignments of the building. So even though it is new pavilion, it is the resurrection, the rinnovatio of the Horea, providing new function, new purpose in the same place. The building is also acting as a connector, therefore a gate, connector between the Forum and the contemporary city, acting therefore as a gate of the Roman Forum. And that gate is symbolized by the symmetry of that entrance, so that from the outside, can we go back to the elevation from the road, providing a sign, a visible and understandable sign at the street, at the contemporary level of the contemporary city, so that the people eventually could enter the Roman Forum from that area. Also, the view from the inside is providing a gate, the shape of a gate, an exit from the Forum. That gate, though, is not only the gate to the Forum, it's also the gate to the Palatine, because pedestrians could enter here, go down within the pavilion using the staircase or elevator, then take a look at the exhibition of the fragments, walk there, and then reach the Clivus Victoria and climb up to the Palatine Hill. Actually, there's a phase of history when the entrance of the imperial palaces is directed towards the Forum. Can you go back to one of those slides? We were showing that the transformation of the, earlier, one slide was mentioning the transformation. Yes, Caligula transformed the Temple of the Dioscuri into the vestibule of the palace, which he did build on the western side of the Palatine Hill. Therefore, one of the functions in history of this place is the entrance to the Palatine Hill. Therefore, this tiny pavilion that we designed, in a way, connected all these features coming from the understanding of the site and transformed them into a contemporary design, which again is reconstructing the Horrea, but not reconstructing the Horrea. It's reconstructing the idea, not the form, not the material consistence, but the, how can I say, visible form. Let's put it this way. Thank you very much. Ozgi, if you want to add a few more words, you've got 2 more minutes to do this.
I was thinking the next session is going to start at 45. Yeah. This is why I wanted to cut it short.
Yes. So thank you to everybody. We are on time for the next session, as Ozgi said, but not for question probably. What can I say to end this beautiful session? Andreina Ricci, that is an archaeologist, wrote that archaeological remains when in the contemporary city are a kind of vans, because they emerge in the contemporary city with different geometry, with different alignments, and so this is a problem. I think the session, our works, demonstrate that for this reason we need a very deep knowledge, physical and historical, as we know in different speeches, to do our project. That, as the Latin etymology of the word proiectus says, means towards, from the past to the future. So really thank you to everybody, and I leave the floor to Jan, that is the chair of the next session, again about contemporary architecture and Rome. So a kind of continuation, I think. Thank you.
Grazie. Thank you, Federica. And so we're getting ready for the last panel of the afternoon, for which I have as a co-chair Özge, Echo, voila, who is pulling up already. So the idea for this panel came, Tom and I were, when we were talking about the Rome session, to bring together some of our colleagues, architects who teach for different programs in Rome and teach to American students, and who obviously all the time are confronted also, not only as architects with the ancient city, but certainly also then try to transfer their knowledge, their ideas to these students. So around the topic of contemporary architecture and archaeology in Rome, we have Cinzia Abate, Simone Capra, Lorenzo Pignati, and Carolina Vaccaro. Cinzia Abate is a Roman architect partner in the studio AEV Architetti, specializes in sustainable design, particularly the application of photovoltaics to architecture, published various texts, has been an active academic, directing teaching design for Temple University, for RPI, and is also connected to the American Academy in Rome. Then we have Simone Capra, who is a founding member of START, Office for Architecture and Territory Formations, which are the winners of the SARC 2018 Award for Best Project in category Urban Landscape for La Piazza del Pavaglione. Tribute to Luigi Ghirri. He's also an architecture instructor for Iowa State of their Rome program, and a frequent contributor to architectural critiques and publications. Then we have, is Lorenzo here? Then we have Lorenzo Pignati, teaches design at the Facoltà di Architettura di Pescara and the School of Architecture of the University of Waterloo, where he's also director of the Rome program. Involved in various academic exchanges, research projects, principal with Federica Ottone in the Ottone Pignati Studio Associato in Rome, work mostly related to the design of public spaces, rehabilitation of urban sites. Numerous competitions have been won, particularly for what regards Rome, the design for the Piazza San Cosimato. And then we have also Carolina or Carla Vaccaro. Carolina Vaccaro has earned her B.Arch at Sapienza, PhD at University of Naples, practicing design architect, worked in the offices of various important architects like Venturi, Scott Brown and Associated in the States, and Franco Porrini in Rome. Participated in many competitions, recently winning the first design competition selection for the renovation of the city center of Teramo in Abruzzo. Teaches for Temple University Rome program, the architecture students for La Sapienza, and also connected with the American Academy. Published various articles on contemporary architecture and 2 books on the work of Robert Venturi and Denise Scott Brown. Thank you. And welcome to the 4 panelists. We have about an hour. I'm sure that Alessandro will also, with mano ferrea, make sure that we don't go over time. And I would say that why don't I just throw the bone in the middle of the room and see who wants to say what. I know that each one of you 4 are constantly confronted with the challenge of contemporary architecture and archaeology. May I say, maybe I'm going to play a little bit the devil's advocate. As an archaeologist, I personally think that Rome is too much a hostage of its history. And I have always had as a dream to have a deconstructivist building next to the Colosseum, there where the Ludus Magnus is now. And I think that would be great, but I am also sure that probably as an archaeologist, I would be banned from any archaeological encounter for life. So can we maybe start from there? Carolina, Cinzia, Simone, Lorenzo, do you want, what do you want to say? Who wants to start? You're free.
I can start.
Okay, Carolina, buongiorno. Buonasera.
Can I, thank you, Jan. Can I share the screen? Can I share
you have a screen. You can share whatever you want.
Okay. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, yeah. Perfect.
Okay, no, I just want to, first of all, compliment for the symposium, and I want to follow in particular what Alessandra Capuano said in her exhaustive lecture. First of all, that is important that we focus on the peripheral areas of the city, mentioning these sprawled remains as, I would say, as ready-made acupuncture elements, where to anchor the peripheral requalification and establish continuity also with the city. And then I started with, from the Aurelian walls, considering Jan Gadain as a reference, but more also as an engine to, you know, to the reconsideration of the Aurelian wall. And just looking at these 2 maps of the city now and the Noli map, we can understand how, you know, the function, the defensive function of the wall is completely changed. This happens not only with the Aurelian wall, but just a moment. You know, here we see the master plan of, you know, the program for the Ambito Mura and the map of the key map of the plan. But the Aurelian wall, you know, was since 100 years ago an isolated element still in the country. So it appeared as a wall, but now we have this element in the middle of the city. And so along this is something that, you know, happens at the moment these, in this case, you know, in this specific case, these elements lose their original function and they start to be open to other, you know, use, I would say, but also to other relation, you know, with the city. And this is what happened also, just briefly going back on the second part of last century, what happened to the Acquedotto Felice, you know, at a certain point that became a monument, but also became the spine for, you know, spontaneous housing for the people that were coming from the countryside. So we started in the 1916 with my colleagues, Lorenzo Pignatti and with Federica Ottone, and involving, of course, Jan Gadain as the main inspiration of this, to consider the possibility of a wall walk project. So a system of an annular, park, linear park around the city. And we also work with this program for the university, the American University. And so we started to understand if, the Aurelian Wall could have been used as an element, to circular, to go around the city in many ways, customizing, these circulation and new circulation element in the different part. It depends because, as you know, the Aurelian Wall has different sections and different moments, and is also connected differently with the city. But this said, I want also to refer something that also Alessandra said, that what's the problem? The problem is that archaeological, but not only archaeological areas are in a ghetto in the city. They are disconnected, as she said, also in the city. So the collision, in a way, among the different parts of the city, in particular in Rome, is not embraced, is not, used as a potentiality to melt, this different part of the cities. And, in this project, the first one, all of you know, the Herzog and de Meuron Caixa Forum in Madrid, or the Lira project by RCR Architects, you understand that, the circulation is fundamental. So this is what I want to arrive to say. Be inspired also by a lecture that became a book by Massimo Cacciari that is titled La Città, and it speaks at the beginning, it makes the difference among, between the Greek city and the Roman city, and speaks about the fact that the Greek city was a closed city, but the Roman city was open, it was inclusive. And from this depends, the complexity also of the city. And so Massimo Cacciari at the end, describes the metropolis and what could happen if we can reconsider these places, archaeological, historical, but also considering, industrial, archaeological, and so on, as places where we can cross, where they don't become, containers, but that they start to relate to the city through the circulation, in a way, referring as part of a whole, not as element in a whole. And so these places could become, this system could, archaeological system or not, because we don't only have, the ghettization only for historical site, but also we have a residential part or commercial part, and so on. He suggests, Cacciari, the cohabitation of this urban system through the linkage. And so this system could become passages to connect, in a way, to reactivate these places for the city itself. These are my
images.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Finally, just one word more.
Okay.
What if, for example, for the Traian markets, we free again the Via Biberatica, and we consider again the Via Biberatica a street, a pedestrian street for people to come from, originally the Campo Marzio and go towards Via Cavour? Or what if we also consider the idea of Massimiliano Fuxas, for example, to have passarellas, pedestrian passarellas overlapped on the forum, and so on. Okay.
Grazie Carolina. I would say everybody takes 5 minutes, the next one, and then we discuss. How about that? Who wants to go next? Simone, are you around? Or Cinzia?
Cinzia's raising her hand.
Cinzia, go for it. Buongiorno,
Yes.
Cinzia.
Ciao, thank you, and congratulations to everyone for all the presentations and all the topics that have been touched. I don't have a lecture to deliver, obviously. I was waiting to throw some ideas like you just did, Jan, and in a way, I refer to what you said. You know, what we've been witnesses today and what we are all working and caring about, it's about the archaeology we have today, this amazing heritage. But I must say, you know, I always try to throw the stone a little bit farther, that my concern, it's, and I wanted to throw it here, it's about the archaeology of the future. Because when I look around what we have, now if I can share my screen too, can I?
Sure.
And you know, I'm very fortunate because my office is right there at the bottom of probably one of the most beautiful elevation of Rome, now in the Palatine. Mm-hmm. And every day I go to work, I look at this amazing skeleton of this building and this hill, and it's the most integrated architecture that we can see about architecture, archaeology, and landscape. And therefore, I always wonder instead, what is this kind of skeleton? What kind of ruins are we leaving today as a heritage for the future? Because of the way we built, because of what has happened. Now we're leaving a lot of debris of the wars and, you know, things that happened. And also we must say that unfortunately the ruins of our buildings now, because they are made of all different kind of not artificial material, are very difficult to be digested by nature and by the landscape. Therefore, my concern, it's always about that, because the city that we live in Rome, we're very fortunate. These archaeologists has given us an identity, a very strong identity and a very strong quality. So if I think in the future, what will be instead the look of our building, the contemporary building. And I also, the problem is that it seems like, I think I read it also somewhere, that we seems to live the contemporary architecture doesn't looks forward to eternity like this building, you know, had the vision to do, but we seems to be designing and building a building that have a very short life span, now that we expect to have. So it seems like we are working in infinitely substituting moment, no, and substituting architecture. Therefore, my challenge here, my things is actually that I would like to share with all of you, very respected professionals and specialists. It is about, you know, to discuss what should be the future of our own archaeology. So not so just about preserving, which we discussed and so on, what we have today, but how to go about the future. We will look at many sustainable architecture and in amazing places. This idea of the archaeology of the future came up to mind to me with looking at probably one of the oldest places in the world, which is Toile Fontaine, where I went to visit these incredible graffitis in these archaeological caves. And there I saw a building designed by Nina Maritz that was totally natural, made with the local stones and so on, that you almost had to crash into it to really understand that you were in a building, in a contemporary building, because it was so well integrated. And therefore, I think really what will be our identity tomorrow in the future.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Cinzia. This is already a second layer that you add to this discussion. We're already going really well, Rome-wise, layer after layer, the archaeology and its presence in the city of today. than the archaeology of tomorrow, or in the city of tomorrow and the city of tomorrow as archaeology, or the city of today as archaeology of tomorrow, maybe also. Let me now ask who of Lorenzo or of Simone wants to intervene, because I cannot see all the hands up. Simone?
There you go.
Okay,
Put his hand up.
But if Lorenzo prefer to, it is the same. I'm ready if you want.
No, vai.
Sicuro?
Sì.
Okay, so first of all, thanks for the invitation, and congratulations for the organization of the meeting. Okay, I've listened some of the previous intervention, and there are some words that are coming repeating sometimes in different interventions. One of the where I'm more focused on is continuity, and with this little sequence of slides, I would like to reflect a little bit with you on the issue of sustainability in contemporary design. That is not exactly a technical issue, but it's a way to approach the world. And from this point of view, is it possible to learn from the archaeology and from the lesson of Rome? Some of these reflections are part of a book we are trying to realize in Iowa from a sequence of intervention about the lesson of Rome. And I would like to start from this. The very big mistake, I think, about modernity, this is the issue of tabula rasa, that is the disappearing or the erasing of everything that is before us. And from the other side, you can see the other image in one of the last biennales we had a few years ago, that is about, clearly we can say grafting, we can say infilling, or we can say stratifying. So we know that this continuity, Paolo Portoghesi has spoken a lot about this idea that continuity, first of all, in the city is how to adapt the human life, the humankind within an aggressive and potential dangerous natural environmental condition. And from these kind of drawings, wonderful suggestions about how the urban morphology is basically a specific, site-specific for every city, and adapting to the context, to the environmental conditions, to geographical and topographical condition of every of a region. And this is what this kind of lesson, it is what we partially forgot while becoming designers of contemporary design. If we think about the last big catastrophes, like one of the last, the flood of Shanghai 10 years ago, with the hill that has been cut, and during 10 days of rain collapsed over the skyscrapers of Shanghai, we have, from a certain point of view, tried to solve the issue of the adapting to the topography, to the environment, by answering with augmenting technologies. From another point of view, the lesson of Rome tried to adapt the architecture or the design of the city through to the landscape, to the topography, by dissecting the architecture for elements and adapting every single element to a particular natural condition. So you know very well the facade of Tabularium, that is a facade applied to a cliff, and the piazza of the Capitolium is the roof of the Tabularium itself. So it is a way to mask a hill, but it is a way to think differently the architecture. Not I am the architecture, so I place on the ground the entire building, but I try to gently adapt elements of architecture to the design of the city, trying to maintain, to save the specificity of the site condition and the architectural condition too. It also be applied to the stratas of the different eras composing the architecture. So it is Carandini, fantastic, we know. And the underground of the cliff excavated under the Piazza of Capitolium is the basement of the piazza on the top. So the normal condition of the architecture, how we think a building, is completely mystified and rethought in terms to adapt to the condition of the city. But this lesson that has been investigated in several projects has not been considered as a holistic approach to be sustainable towards the territory, instead to work in tabula rasa how to adapt to this territory. Now we can speak about the section for the parking of Alcoy or Francesco Venezia while replacing this idea of piazza on top of the section of urban morphology, or the idea of Pietro da Cortona, not Petro, but Pietro, sorry, while cutting part of the urban morphology, urban plot of the city and re-fencing it within a meaningful kind of facade. So the facade is a mask, not masking a cliff, but masking a part of the urban plot, or like in contemporary design, the Nieto and Sorbacano project for the Museum of San Telmo a few years ago. And we can continue this kind of dissecting by staircases or thresholds or main atrium of the city. But now I should stop. But how the facade can be dissected and be applied to the urban morphology, maybe one of the possible future of architecture could be working for elements by infilling and stratifying the urban plot by finally designing contemporary design against the preservation and conservation by working with the ideas of stratification, grafting, and infilling. That's it. Thanks.
Grazie, Simone. And Lorenzo, buonasera. Dove sei?
Sono qua. Buonasera. Good evening. Nice to see all of you. Even if we're far away, but we're close, because we're talking about things that we have been talking for a long time. Thank you, Jan, for inviting me, but thank you, Alessandro, and congratulations to all the people for organizing this very extensive, very long conference. Congratulations, really. So I've been teaching with the University of Waterloo for many years, more than 30 years, right? So, and for 30 years, I certainly am aware, I'm very optimistic, right? But more than optimistic, I'm very conscious, maybe that's the right word, that for our students, Canadian or American, let's say North American students, for our students, the idea of coming to Rome is to confront very directly history, to confront very directly archaeology. So they come to Rome for that, right? So if that issue was not relevant in the architectural discourse, they would have been going somewhere else. So basically, in all my long career as an instructor in Waterloo, I have really debated, right, about what is the real relationship between architectural design, contemporary architectural design, and archaeology, right? And probably, like many of us, right, starting from the great masters, or maybe starting from Palladio, probably, certainly, there is a moment of learning. We understand, we study, we learn from antiquity, and that's very much one of the most important things. But then after having learned from antiquity, and when we have to design, right, or we have to do something with it, right, that's obviously the problem, right? That's where the situation. I want to share my screen, but I don't know, maybe it's not working. But I have one. Sorry, let me try again.
It is, you can't share your screen. All you need to do is hit the green button, share screen. And
no, I did, but I don't see my.
What you are
no,
going
no,
to share should be
condividi.
open in your desktop.
You probably turn off the camera instead.
Oh, I turned off my camera. No, and it's not. Let's leave it like that.
Is it open on your desktop? Because if it's open on your desktop and then you push share, then it should come.
No, I know. I always do it. Avvia il mio video più tardi. But now my camera is off and it does. Now it's back. Doesn't matter. I just wanted to show you one single image that is, maybe you know it, is the project done by Super Studio inside the Colosseum, where they put an hotel inside the Colosseum. But I don't know, maybe some of you may know that image or not. No. So no, that's fine. So let me go back to what I was saying. So when we can
you
learn
disappeared, by the way, your face is gone.
It goes by itself. I mean,
your face or the camera?
Oh, ecco.
Santo Dio. Sì, there you go.
Sorry. So when we come to the issue of learning about antiquity, there is a great. How did you do it?
No, it's not yours there, right? Alessandra, this is yours?
I put it to help Lorenzo.
Okay. Mi sembra.
Grazie, Alessandra. Thank you. I mean, I wanted to have that image, from my screen, but so Alessandra put it. So thank you very much. That reveals my kind of, lack of technology. But then again, I was saying, when we come to the moment of learning from antiquity, we can and we must learn a lot. There are a lot of lessons. Even if Le Corbusier, at a certain moment, early in his life, in his career, say that the lesson of Rome is only for wise men and not for the half-educated. So Le Corbusier kind of told us that you've got to be an intellectual, you've got to be a cultured person in order to learn the lesson of Rome. But what I would like to say is that having an experience with North American students, right, and their great interest and their great kind of enthusiasm when they come here, and enthusiasm with the fact that they can somehow design and experiment their own ideas within an archaeological site, right? When I confront that, and I confront at the same time the rather conservative, or not the rather conservative, the real conservative position of our, when I say our, it's mostly Italian archaeological culture, right? There's a big gap in between, right? There's a big gap. Our archaeological culture in Italy has become too conservative, right? Has become too close, right, in itself. The project that Carolina Vaccaro showed earlier, I think it's in Spain, it's a museum built by Garcia Sanchez, if I remember well the name. That project would not be possible in Italy. I mean, there is no way in which a project like that is very simple, is very pure, is very minimal, but a project like that will not be possible. Again, I'm sorry, I don't have the image, but for our friends, my friends at Rome, they will know. I mean, the only thing that we have been able to design and build in the Circus Maximus, for instance, recently, it's an ugly kind of pavilion where you're supposed to buy your ticket. It's the most kind of embarrassing building, that
obscene,
you can imagine.
Obscene.
Jan, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, Osceno.
Yeah, it's the most. I mean, it kind of looks like Louis Kahn, right? Because it's got an arch, right? So somehow making a reference to Louis Kahn maybe becomes acceptable, right?
But it's even worse because there is the fence that closes the Circo Massimo. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it looks like a Vespasiano.
Brava, exactly, yeah.
What I'm saying is that, fortunately, in other places, Spain, France, maybe, there is a more sensitive approach, right? Certainly, the image that I wanted to share with you and Alessandra Capon just showed in her screen, when Super Studio kind of, obviously in a very polemic, only as a polemic, imagine kind of, a big building inside the Colosseum. Obviously, I'm not saying that is possible, right? That's an extreme, that's a sort of kind of, it's a polemical drawing, right? But somehow that level of creativity and inventivity does not exist. And again, our reality is that we have students coming from North America with enthusiasm. They do their own kind of, designs. They do their own kind of, things that they like to do, right? They confront themselves with history, not only trying to learn the lesson, but somehow trying to kind of, propose certain designs and propose certain ideas. But again, the reality is that Sanchez Garcia will not do anything in Rome, and only the booth, or I'm not sure how to call it, the pavilion at the end of the Circus Maximus is today accepted.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Posso?
Sorry, because I'm talking
No.
About France.
I'm trying.
Let me just say this, because again, I see a lot of friends in front of me. Let me say, I apologize because I should have taken a picture. I have a picture, but it's not with me. I should have shown to you the pavilion that I'm talking about at the end of the Circus Maximus, because only few of you know about it. And so sorry for not having prepared myself properly for this presentation, because while I was speaking, this pavilion came to mind, to my mind. So I was not thinking about talking about it, but
it's so no. But I think it's a very good example of this I don't know how to call it, but of this almost non-willingness of also try to confront.
It's a renunciation. It's a renunciation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And when I think then back of what Carolina was saying, then you have also in the Carolina connecting with Simone, that idea of continuity, the continuity between the archaeological site, the contemporary city, continuity in a city that evolves. And then what are we going to do? We're going to put a fence around it. And then I get also, to what there it is. I mean, it looks like a bathroom. It looks like a public bathroom.
It is Vespasiano. It's a Vespasiano.
And then a huge fence around it. And we again have created an extra barrier. Previously there was no barrier. Then we put a barrier, which is the fence. Then we put the ticket office, second barrier. And then the third barrier is going to be that you cannot go everywhere you want to go inside. So anyway, we've heard the four of you, and I think these are all one way or another related, because also Cynthia also has actually posed a problem of continuity of, going over from one into another, present towards future. Maybe would you four mind if I would ask if anybody from the public has also a comment to make? Does anyone from the people who are resisting the day, are they still energetic enough to make a comment? Martin.
Let me say this pavilion is pretty.
Who is that? Is that Alessandro?
Alessandro. This pavilion is pretty bad. I agree, but it could have been worse.
Well, but if you have to go with that kind of a grading scale, I mean, we don't get anywhere, right?
No, I have seen things that are much worse than this one. This one's pretty bad. I agree. It's pretty ugly. Yes. I mean, it's not designed. There's no, I don't know, no elegance in the design of the openings. At least the design of the openings, the windows, whatever they are. No connection with the different levels. It's just like a box, placed there.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with you, but trust me, it could have been better. It could have been worse than this. It could have been better, of course.
Anyone else? Zainab?
Can I
yes. Tom.
on that idea a little bit. I mean, for me, the big issue, it's not the style of a box like that. It's the fact that it interrupts your view. So you're talking about porosity, continuity, and yet we see examples of architecture which creates discontinuities, fencing, closure, in place of open space, we've got closed space. And that applies to archaeology. In so many cases, we put a fence around archaeology and now we have to go around it. Or in the name of security, we put up barriers and we have to go around them. So Alessandro and I launched this project about the interrupted city, and what we're talking about are interruptions, temporal and physical interruptions. And I think everybody who's spoken so far agrees that we should work to break down those walls, literally, work to break through these interruptions. So I think that's good, what everybody's saying.
Anyone else from the audience?
Yes, I just want to add something on the box.
Carolina.
Yes, on the box. The problem is not that it wants to be a box, because it's not aware of being a box, because that could be a choice. I just put there a box, an extraneous object that doesn't want to relate to the system with the material, with the window, with the Palatino Hill in the background and so on. It aims to be an intervention there. So it aims, because you don't see the other elevation, the one that looks to the Circo Massimo, that recalls I think it has an arch and recalls in a way Louis Kahn or something like. So it's pretentious. It's not a box. I would love if it would be a box, just a box.
You will love, because Robert Venturi will say, I am a box.
No, it's just a container. Let's say it's a container-like expression. This is ambitious. It wants to say, okay, I'm a building. I'm the only new building inside the Circo Massimo.
Bravo. Ecco, see the Louis Kahn arch.
Louis Kahn arch, yes.
Maybe I can get a better view. One second.
And in the meantime, maybe Per, you want to say something? You had your hand up.
Ma chi sta facendo questo?
I don't know much about Rome. I've been there on occasions a little bit, but
I don't hear you well, Per.
Okay, you can't hear me.
Yes.
It's better now?
Now it's good. Per Cornell is archaeologist and teaches at Göteborg University.
Yeah, I'm not a specialist in Rome at all. I've been there and I know a little bit. But first I wanted to comment on this about what would be archaeology in the future, because there was an archaeologist in the United States, William Rattier, who specialized on excavating landfills, garbage heaps from contemporary United States. And one of the projects he did recently, shortly before he died, was to excavate at the Staten Island landfill. That was started in the 1940s and closed in the 1990s. And it has an altitude of 30 meters and it runs 1 kilometer in each direction. And it's only refuse, garbage.
Sorry, Per, can you repeat the name?
Staten Island.
Staten Island, yes. No, the name of the architect. Sorry, I didn't hear.
It was an archaeologist, William Rattier. William Rattier. I don't know if he could publish on that. He excavated in a lot of different landfills. The interesting thing is that the major part of the landfill was building remains from thrown down recent buildings, from concrete buildings from the 20th century. That was like 80% of the refuse in this gigantic mountain of refuse from 20th century. So that is basically what our era leaves for future archaeologists. In Sweden, the material will not be deposited in a landfill. This refuse will be below new buildings as a sort of base and fundament for the new building. So you will identify and find the same type of materials, but in different locations and in different contexts. So we know something about at least 20th century architecture, how that has become a part of a future archaeological material. So we actually can answer the question thus far. The architecture of the future is another thing, but the architecture we have today, we know something about it, just as a small thing that could be interesting. I also, when we speak in modernity, I would like to just point at one thing. And on one hand, it's this idea of starting afresh, of cutting, of creating something that will not have time, would be eternal in a way. That's the idea. And then Le Corbusier speaks about at each city should have a duration of 50 years. And then there should be a new city. That would be an infrastructural, very complex thing to accomplish. But everything should only have 50 years of duration. But nowadays, architects in Sweden say that the new buildings they build here in Gothenburg, where I live, they should have a duration of 30 years. So there's even less. And that will produce a gigantic amount of refuse, of course. And that refuse will be the remains of our era. So we know to a certain extent the answer of that question. But a part of that, modernity, we must remember that at the same time, it is the era which constructs ideas and elaborates and works on the past much more than any other era in world history. They create the idea of a defined idea of prehistory, of history. They work on it, more people than ever dedicate efforts to study it. They think they know it, that they control the history. They create museums at the scale that we never saw before. So modernity is complex and double. And Le Corbusier himself is double. At times, he's very much interested in the past, and at times he speaks about a cut. So I just wanted to add that small thing, that modernity is a bit of a complexity in this topic.
But thank you, if I may, thank you very much. But the thing is also, I agree completely with what you said. But the thing is that we fortunately living in and we are witnessing the magic of this incredible archaeology that went through layers and centuries, but because it continues to create ruins using also all the time natural material that have been able to be submerged or integrated with the landscape and at the continuum. So one of the things that also Jan was talking about and everybody else is this issue. And today with the architecture that we're doing, what is the level of dialogue that we're able to bring, and what's the idea of place that this architecture are able to create, as well as the future of these contemporary intervention we make in the dialogue with old archaeology. What will be the sequence of that? Are we going to create really a new urban landscape with what we're doing today? And that's where it comes the issue of really, I think we have to be extremely careful how we relate this archaeology and the future archaeology also with our sense of place and landscape also. What kind of new urban landscape are we producing? Because that's also the issue. It's what we have seen, and the project that we just saw, in fact, it's a project that it's about a box and not even an interesting box, but it's not capable to create really any open dialogue of an evolution with the place.
I see that Fred Biele is in the audience. Fred, are you there?
Sorry, Jan, I want to say it's pretty bad, but this one is worse.
No, I'm not so sure, honestly. These are the new public bathrooms in Rome, right? There's one around the corner from yes. These are the new public bathrooms in Rome.
I don't know. We have a different opinion. I think this one is much worse. But okay,
the fact that it's
Can I say something?
Yes, Simone, dimmi.
Two images, the first in Circus Maximus and the second bathrooms. So it seems to me that these two objects are the paradox of conservation, because they fence and then they musealize in terms they want to preserve, but then what they destroy is the quality of the space that the Roman archaeology was doing. So we are preserving the object, but we are, by infilling noisy elements, to me this glass element in the middle of the arcades of Porta Maggiore are basically creating this noisy condition that is destroying the space of gate. So the gate of the ancient world is something that is enframing the main street, bringing to the fore and to the rest of the city. When you are outside, you frame the toilet. So you are just outside the monument, you frame the toilet. When you are in Circus Maximus, and you frame the ancient Holy Valley, the Valle Marcia, framing the Holy Mountains in Tusculu, you're framing another toilet. So, okay, they are preserving, they are doing brick in order to preserve the image, or they make glass in order to be transparent. But the idea, what is missing, is the general condition of the idea of space that's standing behind this kind of space, having the Bruno Zevi kind of approach in terms to recognizing. I'm not a Zevian anyway. What I just to say, I can speak with the words of Benevolo, the other words of other kind of architects and researchers on urban morphology and urban spaces. What is missing here is the idea to work with the quality of the space while just resolving technical problems, where to have toilets. And because I have the monuments, I place the toilets in front of the monuments. Because I need a museum to explain the Circus Maximus, I place the museum within the Circus Maximus. Well, maybe we have a lot of space, and maybe we can place this kind of technical services in partnership with the space of the architecture itself. So, or at least this is what we are trying to do while reflecting with the students. So sometimes the quality of the monuments is not only the monument itself, but also the void space that's standing behind the monuments, giving the possibility to perceive in terms of Benjamin the aureum of the monument itself.
Frederick, is he there? No, there.
Are you asking for my comments?
Yes, I'm asking for your opinion, Fred, because you are in the audience.
You know, it's very interesting. The syllabus.
Fred teaches for Pratt. He is with us from New York City, right, Fred?
That's correct. So I apologize. I haven't been able to attend most of the morning sessions. They've been a little too early for me, but. I was just going to say that one of the things that's in the syllabus that I use for the Pratt Institute program in Rome talks about this whole issue of the impossibility of building within the historic set, and so now I'm thinking of a kind of attitude of Andy Warhol, of all people, which is that an artist should never criticize another artist, because anything an artist does is good for all other artists, whether it's done well or not, right? And so I kind of wonder, it's not that I'm disagreeing with any of the commentary on this particular ticket pavilion, but I wonder if in fact there isn't a value in the fact that it's simply there. And that because it's there, it's set down a kind of foundation, which means somebody with greater skill and capability could come along, since we've also talked about the short-term life of contemporary buildings, within, let's say, the next 15 years and have to redo that element. And when it gets redone, perhaps they'll hire the right person to do it, and we can get a much better contribution to the sort of intervention of something that makes more sense and meets with everybody's particular perspective. But at least it's made one step forward.
Is that a more pragmatic attitude, Fred?
Yes, I just want to comment this because that project in the Circo Massimo was designed by Ufficio Tecnico, technical office of the Comune di Roma. And so I think if you intervene, even with a small, so I don't know where is the artist that you are speaking about. So I agree in general on what you said, but in this case, I think we miss the artist. And so if that project, you know, that intervention could have done by architects, maybe also with a competition, why not, for just a small box inside the Circo Massimo, that I think would have been more ethic. I mean, for, you know, to be done and with being aware that you are not only placing there, you know, a functional element, but you are relating that small box to a huge monumental space that it's there since 2000 years. So that's the difference, you know, it's a technical office of the Comune di Roma, and so it's not an architect, and so it's not an architect as we consider that. It's just, you know, it's not a project aware of what is doing. This is the difference.
One of the things that has come up, I think, also yesterday in the conference has indeed been that of the compatibility between the historical space and the contemporary city. An element that has come up in that context is also the public character of both elements and the way how to relate these to each other. And then it's something which I have felt, you know, also in the talk of Alessandra at the beginning of the afternoon, that seems to be in most cases resolved in a fragmentary way. I think it was Alessandra, right? Was it you, Alessandra, who talked this afternoon about the way that what we need are holistic approaches and not the pieces and bits that that are realized in the course of the duration of in the course of time. And then I was wondering to which extent, though, this fragmentation is not the consequence of the lack of resources, financial resources. Budgets are set aside, not a whole budget for a whole project, but a budget for a piece of the project. The project exists on the paper, but the entire sum for that is not available. And I didn't have, and I apologize also to Zeynep, who had to cut me off. In, for instance, the project of the Aurelian Walls, since 2001, there is the idea of the Parco Lineare, right? Thus to create a pedestrian bicycle path around the walls, to create a zona di rispetto around the walls, to free the walls from everything that comes up towards it and suffocates it, and also takes away that same way what that ticket office does at the Circo Massimo, takes away the global view of it. And of this Parco Lineare, after 20 years, only basically the stretch between Porta Metronia and Porta Latina has been realized, which is less than a kilometer out of the 15 that were foreseen. And that's, again, as you say, that is, or as I said, that is a good example of this this lack of the will to actually tackle the problem as a whole. And
but when I say, I think that the example of the wall, instead, yes, there is a lack of budget, but that's not the reason why we did badly in the Circo Massimo.
No, I'm just, you know, just
the element,
out.
and I think that the idea of fencing off the head of the Circo Massimo is just crazy. It's completely crazy. How can a superintendency, the superintendency did it, even think that you can fence off the part of the Circo Massimo. For what? I hope not for ticketing. I think it is for reasons of security, but also this issue of security is really somehow ruining the world. I mean, because you know, you feel sure only if you have a fence at a certain height. I think it's completely crazy. But on the contrary, I would say that it's true that in 20 years we only had the fragment of the Parco Lineare of the walls, but at least it's part of a whole, of an idea that sooner or later you can continue to establish. And in this, I would like to come to another issue, which is, you know, the length of the transformation of the city, which is certainly not going as fast as our society in general, but especially of our politicians. But in this sense, we need another ethic, which is that we share projects and maybe we want to go in a certain direction with the city. And then the second politician who will come and will inherit something that is shared has the obligation to continue things and not to just abandon projects and go for something else. So actually in Italy, we have this bad ethic, I think. And in addition, we also see that when we want to go quickly, we can go quickly because there are things that have been done in the right timing. And let me just add one thing. I was invited yesterday to do a lecture to the Ordine degli Architetti concerning the period of the 1980s and up until the Jubilee. And so I had to recapitulate in my mind the things, you know, those 20 years. And it's absolutely impressive, the quantity of projects that have been done during the Rutelli period in Rome. The Rutelli period Rutelli was able also to combine interventions that were, you know, important competitions, a lot of competitions that happened, but real concrete projects, you know, the underground passage of the Lapia, the many projects that had to do with just a simple maintenance of the city. Something like 1,000 or more intervention in that period. So if we want to do it, I think we can do it. It's also a political choice, I think, of being, you know, we have spent the last period only with ephemeral interventions, like, you know, in this way, the events take the place of more structured projects, because it's much more easy to do. Is you know, nothing remains. Sometimes even the events fail, luckily, like, you know, the Nero
Non ne parliamo.
So
but that was the opportunity also for planning of Rome, the new periphery, the Cura del Ferro, and so there was a cohesive urban planning of Rome, which has never happened again. Now we are here discussing the little kiosk building rather than looking at the largest pictures. That the city is, I mean, we're talking about an urban infrastructure, the importance of the walls of Rome, but it's because, like you were saying, Alessandra, it's a system, has an importance as a system, as an incredible urban infrastructure. And the problem with Rome and our archaeology that doesn't have a future if we continue like that, it's because we are not thinking in a large spectrum about the planning of the growth of the city in a systematic way, that's the most scaring issues at the moment also, now, of the evolution of our archaeology, the maintenance of these, as well as really the trajectory of the future of all of these, of the city itself.
Sorry, may I add that we don't have it anymore. We don't have any more the planning.
Wait, let's first Alessandro and then Per.
Yeah, let me add one more thing.
Martin Ebert,
Yes, Martin,
Oh, Martin.
Ebert was raising hand for a while.
Oh, yeah, Martin.
I was just trying to. I'm just following your discussion, and I'm with Frederick here because I wanted to add a plead for gentleness, because I tell my students sometimes you have to draw something to know that it's wrong. You have to build something to know that it's wrong. And I'm very optimistic about, as I noted in the chat. The structures that we build today, they are so short-lived because they are of so poor quality. This kiosk, it has maybe a lifespan of 20 or 30 years, and it will just be an episode in the long history of this place. So I wouldn't be so very worried about this, but I'm very fascinated, and coming from Germany, I'm very fascinated about this the resilience of these places, because this is what we're talking about. These places, they create a resilience that they even supersede the population. If we for example look at in Königsberg, Kaliningrad. They tore down the Prussian, the castle, the rest of the castle of the Prussian king in the 1970s, and they replaced it with a modern building, palace of the Soviets. And today, in 2020, the inhabitants of Königsberg, which are not German anymore, they are Russians, they are collecting money for tearing down this building and rebuilding this old castle that nobody of these people has ever seen. The same thing has happened in Germany after 1990, when we're rebuilding the palace in Berlin, or if we go to Dresden, where we have basically rebuilt the volumes in certain parts of the cities, totally rebuilt. And I think that there is a resilience in this genius loci that allows for small kiosk buildings to be raised and torn down, and they live with this, and they integrate, or they spit it out again. I'm sure that Jan, your deconstructivist hotel in Rome would maybe not survive 100 years if it would be placed in the wrong site. So I think this is the really fascinating part for me, is this resilience. It's almost like a metaphysical resilience that these places have, that even supersede whole populations. I have followed my friend Sam Gruber, who is working with the reconstruction of Jewish synagogues in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine and Poland, and there's also a population who has never seen these synagogues in function, but they are working to reconstruct these buildings, because this is kind of a part of who they are and what these places are about. So this is very fascinating to me.
Thank you, Martin. Per, you had your hand up?
No, I just wanted to point at Martin.
Okay. Alessandro?
No, the point is, again, which form should that building have? That is the issue. It's not a crime, but it's pretty ugly. So we can, I mean, in my opinion. So in a way, we're all trying to understand what form should a building in an archaeological area have, and not in general, specifically in each case. And so the point is not yes or no. The point is how. And as for the Rutelli period, Alessandra, I agree with you. But what is missing today, well, the last 10 years maybe, is not only the planning, but the party. There's no party anymore. At that time, there was a very strong party that was, in a way, planning and designing also. And also, the international competitions are not there anymore. Just to recall this, okay? Because I think the auditorium was the last big international competition. After that, most of the things were done by invitation. I'm not mentioning Richard Meyer's project, which was done by invitation, not a public competition. What happened to that? You know, what happened to the idea of the international public competition? It doesn't have to be international for public buildings. This is, you know, essential, but moreover, it is essential in the archaeological areas. So instead of asking somebody to design a ticket box, why don't you make an international competition for that one?
Of course, I agree. But also there is a complete lack, I think, also of high-level debate. Another thing I was, going through yesterday for the lecture were the years of the Assessorato of Carlo Imonino, which hasn't produced very much in terms of transformations, but there was a very big debate concerning Rome, in which participated all the best intellectuals of the city, not only architects, even filmmakers, Lina Wertmüller, Monica Vitti, or Cesare Brandi and Giuliano Briganti, and all the intelligentsia of the architects, everybody discussing about, the transformations of the city. We are missing this level of, I think, debate that is, completely zero level right now.
Good. Anyone else? Simone, I'm sure you have, oh no, Per, you have your hand up.
Yeah, if I may, I just, I would like to comment on this, what remains and what does not remain over time. I would like to comment on this, what remains and what does not remain. It is a very strong selection. Even when it comes to important monuments, when we speak about what is sometimes called early Christian churches, there was even a sort of selection there that was rather conscious. Certain were selected to be preserved, others were torn down. They didn't belong to important sectors of the church. So there was a selection, and these others are relatively forgotten. And at the same time, if we speak about buildings for where less rich people lived, have also survived very poorly. So in each historical trajectory, there are selections on what will be preserved, and the fact that they have lived long will make them live even longer. And this is just an observation. I'm not trying to make any sort of ethical comment on that, but I think it is important that we are aware of this, that there are different kinds of processes of selection, and that we must see that that is the fact, and start there when we discuss these questions. But I agree with most of you here in terms of the need for a broader discussion, to go back to basic issues, and to insist on a more vivid debate on these important questions. There are so many things. I think we could make a 1 week Congress on this issue easily, and it would be very productive.
And I would add something to that, because when Cynthia was explaining at the beginning, what I was thinking of, and now that you bring also in the concept of selection, that we should never think that even the monument is going to be there forever. The Colosseum one day is not going to be there anymore. So, and I don't think we actually take that into account in our discussions about the long-term issues. I was struck, as an archaeologist, I know that what I do is possible thanks to destruction in most cases. When I have a stratigraphy, when I have a layered city, it's because of the way by which buildings, cities, sites have been destroyed, and then something else came after it. but it's thanks to the destruction that I actually have learned not only about the past, but also about the future in a certain way. So when I lived in Amelia, there was 15 years ago a piece of the city wall, the medieval part of the city wall came down. Of course, everybody was up in arms. It was as if the world was, coming to an end for Amelia. But then, cleaning up the rubble, they found a proto-historic layer with the remains of a hut and So let's not forget that also that I am a little bit. I've stepped away from this. Keep everything at all costs. When the roof now was burning of the Notre Dame in Paris, and the whole debate came, right? I mean, I'm sure also in the States, and Fred has certainly also thought about that. Do they have now to rebuild that Tower of Viollet-le-Duc, which is 19th century, or not, for instance? I don't know. Are these matter, or are these issues that are debatable?
Giorgio Verdiani should have been there before the fire, of course. Giorgio Verdiani should have been at the roof of the attic at Notre Dame before it
burned down. Yeah,
he should have been there.
So that was our thinking about when Cynthia was also talking.
I have
Anyone else?
I have just one other comment, Jan. The year I came to Rome for the first time was 1986. I think you probably remember that year too. That may have been the same year you were arriving. But as I recall,
we ended third in the World Championship football at that in 1986, and then I arrived in 1987.
Okay. I realized that my introduction to the city and the sort of academic discourse, at least with North American schools, that I had some interconnection to, was really all around how there were these remarkable opportunities to intervene in a contemporary way at this moment of the retaining wall, the boundary between archaeological sites and the contemporary city. And there was an incredibly robust, conversation that was taking place, and it went on for several years. And, maybe some others even know better the sort of the context of that, but it was all sort of what was being proposed with the studios and, the Lorenzo's program for Waterloo and others. And it was absolutely fascinating stuff that was being produced. And it's somewhat tragic to now see that same topic sort of now residing in our brief conversation about this silly pavilion at the end of Circo Massimo. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it. Now, I have to conclude this very brief, but I think a very interesting confrontation, right? Or exchange of ideas. And may I say that it feels a little bit as if you guys should do that more often, things like that. Just, get together once around the topic especially now that, on the one hand, we cannot all be in the same place together, but we can be in virtual places together. And maybe I think it would be good if these kind of discussions could be translated into more regular encounters. Also, with the people, for instance, from Istanbul, who have been suspiciously quiet, but I'm sure that they will be next time up. They will be next time ready. So thank you very much, because we thought, Tom and I, thought that it would be nice to get you guys together because of the special circumstances and to exchange some ideas. Thank you also for having. How would I say, you have tolerated me as the archaeologist amongst you architects. And I'm going to close here. It's 8 o'clock in Rome. It's 9 o'clock in Istanbul.
Yes,
It's 9,
indeed.
it's ni-
Yes.
9 o'clock. Thank you very much, Zeynep. Thank you very much, Özge. Thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you, Simone. Thank you, Cinzia. Thank you very much, Alessandra. Thank you, Alessandro, Martin, and everybody else. And I guess I'm on tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, Rome time. Oh dear.
Yes.
All right. So, grazie. Arrivederci. Bye.
Ciao, grazie a voi.
Ciao,
Thank you very
grazie,
much.
grazie. Ciao, ciao.
Grazie,
Bye, bye.
Have a nice
arrivederci.
discussion.
Bye bye.
Ciao,
Grazie
Alessandro.
mille.
Ciao a tutti.
Ciao, Tom.
Alessandro, you have a word? You have time for a word?
Go in the breakout room.
Yeah, we can go into a breakout room.
Okay, then I will say goodbye to
Everybody, can
everybody
I go?
else. See you in the morning at 9 a.m. Istanbul time. Have a nice evening.
Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Ciao, ciao. Bye, bye.
Ciao, ciao.